Chapter 401, The 21st Century Good Neighbor. Chapter 401, The 21st Century Good Neighbor. Translator, Stardew 5T Editor, Karisu. Was this lazy-looking fellow Daoist joking? He wanted them not to resist and obediently get beaten up, and even planned to take a photo of them later and upload it onto the internet. For someone that was only at the 4th stage in a realm, he had a really big tone. Did he think that they were pushovers or something? The middle-aged spiritual emperor and the white-haired but healthy spiritual emperor exchanged glances, teaching this guy of the 4th stage a lesson wouldn't take too much time. In that case, they might as well give him a lesson before leaving. Let me do it. There isn't much time left, I will end the battle in an instant, said the middle-aged spiritual emperor. At the same time, he took a step forward, gathering spiritual energy between his fingers. His attack power was stronger than that of the other spiritual emperor. Liu Jianyi scratched the back of his head and exclaimed, "What a headache, even though I said it so clearly." Things were always this troublesome. Some of them were clearly simple, but achieving them involved a very troublesome process. Did people not realize that it was a huge waste of physical and mental energy to process these matters? Both physical and mental energy were very precious, wasn't it a shame to waste them? Moreover, there was the huge waste of time. Just how great it would be to use the time spent on dealing with those things to sleep instead. A mere 4th stage in a realm, and yet, he has the audacity to behave like this, the middle-aged spiritual emperor said in a low voice. It's a pity I can't use large-scale spells that would create huge fluctuations of spiritual energy. However, to get rid of a small 4th stage like you, I don't have to use any strong spells. 4th stage realm? Oh. Liu Jianyi was dumbfounded at first. Next, he clapped his hands and said, "Wait a moment, you guys. I'm so used to concealing my actual realm that I forgot about it." In the next moment, strong spiritual energy erupted from Liu Jianyi's body. The facial expressions of the two spiritual emperors immediately changed. The other party was also a 5th stage spiritual emperor. Even though his spiritual energy was weaker than theirs, it boasted much superior quality. This was because the quality of his golden core was far higher than theirs. Disguising as a pig to prey on a tiger? Now then, can you guys let me beat you up? Liu Jianyi said in anticipation. As he was speaking, he took out his phone and a selfie stick. Firstly, he fixed his phone at the chosen angle and snapped a picture of him and the two spiritual emperors in the front. After putting away the selfie stick and his phone, Liu Jianyi said, "Don't worry, I won't hit you too hard. At most you'd only get some superficial wounds that can be recovered in a couple of minutes. After beating you guys up, I'll take a picture for me to report back after completing my task. Thereafter, we go our separate ways. Good for you and me." The middle-aged spiritual emperor. The white-haired but healthy spiritual emperor. Venerable spirit butterfly who was in midair. The nearby soft feather blinked her eyes slightly. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Liu Jianyi's lazy appearance caused people to feel a rush of anger when they laid their eyes on him. Even though Liu Jianyi only wanted to slack off, his speech and mannerism caused others to feel that he was despising and provoking the two golden core spiritual emperors. The white-haired but healthy spiritual emperor barely contained his anger. "Fellow Daoist, I would like to know why you are making things difficult for us." Liu Jianyi scratched his head and said, I didn't tell you guys? Explaining myself is rather troublesome, but I'll tell you guys anyway. Previously, weren't you guys with the illusory sword sect, supporting them? Thereafter, didn't you pressure the Chu family camp with your power? Coincidentally, my little junior sister, the daughter of my master, was one of the guests of the Chu family, and you scared her. After that, my master got really angry. Hence, I need to beat you guys up to appease him. I have already explained a lot. Why don't you obediently let me beat you up now? Besides, I am also very lazy, and I definitely wouldn't use too much strength and energy when beating people up. As he spoke, Liu Jianyi lifted his sleeve. I won't use any magical treasures, just my fists. The middle-aged spiritual emperor. The white-haired but healthy spiritual emperor. This fellow was really arrogant and had no respect for others. There's no point in talking more. If you want to beat us up, then use your power instead," said the middle-aged spiritual emperor in a low voice. The white-haired but healthy spiritual emperor also did not speak any further. He spoke with his actions instead, taking out a small flag. Liu Jianyi was speechless. I already explained so much, and yet, it was of no use. In that case, why did I waste my breath saying all that earlier? Don't those two fellows know that speaking is also a waste of physical energy? Also, it is not only a waste of physical energy, but it is also a waste of saliva. Every drop of saliva is part of the human body's precious water content. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Hence, battle was unavoidable. Liu Jianyi versus two spiritual emperors. The middle-aged spiritual emperor took the initiative to attack, while the white-haired but healthy spirit emperor was in charge of defense. Both had clearly defined roles and displayed flawless cooperation. Liu Jianyi adopted a defensive tactic. He stood on top of the flying sword, adopting appropriate measures to counter the attacks. His defense was tight, and he'd launch attacks every now and then. In the blink of an eye, both sides had already executed more than 300 moves. Both sides had a tacit understanding and decided to avoid using large-scale spells or techniques. The two spiritual emperors did not want to cause any huge uproar, especially since they were in the midst of escaping. On the other hand, Liu Jianyi, as a person who believed in energy saving and would use the most energy-efficient way to deal with things, avoiding large-scale spells and techniques that consumed a lot of energy. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Unknowingly, both sides had executed another 300+ moves. The long barrage of attacks of the spiritual emperor brought no results. Liu Jianyi furrowed his brows slightly as well. If this dragged on, it might consume even more of his energy. Hence, in the next moment, the situation had a sudden change. Butterfly Phoenix transformation! Liu Jianyi shouted. Thereafter, an illusion of a phoenix that was burning with flames appeared behind Liu Jianyi. Its wings were actually a pair of butterfly wings. Following the appearance of the butterfly-winged phoenix, the light from the burning flames engulfed the entire space. Within the space engulfed in the burning flames, the two spiritual emperors' senses were rendered useless, and their mental energy could not be extended beyond the scope of 1 meter. All their 5 senses and mental energy could feel was the aura and flames of the phoenix. The two spiritual emperors issued waves of shrieks. Thereafter, they lost their consciousness. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. The illusion of the butterfly-winged phoenix vanished, leaving behind only charred smell in the air. Liu Jianyi smacked his lips. Bastards, making me consume 2 days' worth of calories. How long do I have to rest to recover that amount of energy? After sighing, Liu Jianyi approached the two charred spiritual emperors and used spiritual energy to support their falling bodies. Taking down the two spiritual emperors went a lot more smoothly than expected. It was not because Liu Jianyi's power increased, but because the two spiritual emperors felt quite apprehensive during the battle lest they attract the group of seniors' attention and ended up using only 70% of their power. And so, the sudden eruption of Liu Jianyi's power brought them down just like that. After approaching them, Liu Jianyi brandished his fists and relentlessly punched and kicked the two spiritual emperors, causing them to be bruised and swollen. Despicable and also unreasonable, they force me to waste so much energy, said Liu Jianyi. As he spoke, he increased the strength used to throw his punches and kicks. He thoroughly beat them up into pig heads. Liu Jianyi nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he took out his mobile and the selfie stick, choosing the right angle. He snapped more than 10 pictures in a row. Liu Jianyi then published the pictures on the wall of his instant messaging app, feeling perfectly contented. After he was done taking pictures, Liu Jianyi put away his phone and lay on his flying sword, preparing to fly back to the grievance-settling platform. As for the two spiritual emperors, after losing the support of Liu Jianyi's spiritual energy, they fell down from the sky, creating 2 large pits at the small mountaintop below. In the sky, Venerable Spirit Butterfly pinched his chin. So he had already mastered the Butterfly Phoenix transformation. Not long ago, that fellow told me he was still in the midst of practicing the Butterfly Eagle transformation, and even said he needed 1 more year to master the Butterfly Phoenix transformation. In the end, he was planning to slack off for a year? It was bad, even his heart was starting to ache. How blind was he that he'd taken Liu Jianyi in as his direct disciple? The morning sun rose, and unknowingly, a new day had already begun. From today onwards, he had to be stricter with Liu Jianyi. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. The start of a new day. Wenzhou City, Beijing Street. After meditating for a few days, Song Shuhang's 21st century good neighbor, Daoist priest Cloudy Mist, came as a guest to Song Shuhang's residence and brought a lot of generous presents. At the same time, he wanted to find out when Song Shuhang was going to be back from his holiday. After entering the house, Daoist priest Cloudy Mist received Mama Song's warm welcome. Thereafter, Daoist priest Cloudy Mist heard a piece of heartbreaking news from Song Mama. What? They lost contact with the plane Song Shuhang boarded? Mama Song thought that Daoist priest Cloudy Mist was worried about Shuhang's safety. Hence she hurriedly explained, "Yeah, I was extremely worried during that period, but you don't have to panic. Luckily, they landed on an island belonging to a good-hearted rich person. No one died and they're all safe." Daoist priest Cloudy Mist deeply sighed. Thereafter, he asked in a gentle tone, "Then, how long will it take for Shuhang to come home?" "I don't know for sure. But it seems that the rich person's private ship has already set out for the island, so it should bring Shuhang and the rest back very soon." Mama Song laughed. Ever since she found out that Song Shuhang was safe, she was in a very good mood. That's good, that's good. The 21st century good neighbor Daoist priest Cloudy Mist smiled agonizingly. Damn it, he only wanted to freeload the Enlightenment Stone and practice for a bit. Why did things turn out like in a television series, having so many twists and turns? Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Underground, 50 kilometers away from the Chu family's residence. There was a smelted underground cave here. Within the smelted cave, there was a man-made pond of blood, surging with waves. Suddenly, a figure with no arms emerged from the blood pond. It was the Mr. from whom Venerable Butterfly had snatched one of the scrolls. "Hee, it looks like you're in dire straits." An elegant whitish figure appeared and ridiculed him. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 402, A Blood Demon Boss Suddenly Spawning in the Countryside. Chapter 402, A Blood Demon Boss Suddenly Spawning in the Countryside. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. The Mr. stood up inside the pond. The blood inside the pond flowed backward, entering his body. Soon after, he recovered all the blood he lost while in the Chu family, restoring from his mummified state. "Weren't you trying to break through to the 5th stage realm? How come you have come here?" the Mr. asked, his tone loathsome. While he was speaking, two figures that resembled the servants that were with him in the Chu family came forth while holding arm-like objects in their hands as well as a few mechanical tools. The Mr. didn't move and waited for the two servants to use the mechanical tools to assemble and disassemble the place where his arms were supposed to be. After a while, two lifelike arms had appeared on that Mr.'s body. The Mr. clenched his fists, trying to adapt to his new artificial arms. The fluttering white figure waited for the Mr.'s arms to recover and with a faint smile, said, "Hee, my main body has already started to break through to the 5th stage realm. However, a small problem arose while I was breaking through, and I now need a certain treasure that was snatched away by an interesting fellow Daoist. Therefore, I have been thinking of a way to get the treasure back, or to simply find a replacement." After saying this much, the figure came out of the shadow. It was precisely Limitless Demon Sect's young Master Hai. His current body wasn't real, but illusory. It was some sort of 3D projection. Behind the projection was standing another figure dressed up as a servant that was holding a gem in its hand. It was the gem that projected young Master Hai's 3D picture. TSK. Young Master Hai, who usually has everything under his control, actually made a mistake, the Mr. sneered. "There is no such thing as perfection." Young Master Hai laughed and didn't mind Mr.'s provocations. The Mr. coldly snorted and said, "Stop being mystifying. He. Too bad you don't understand the delight of it, young Master Hai said happily, casually sitting on the edge of the pond. Anyway, I've come here to carry out a transaction. What do you want to trade? The Mister said. Although he hated young Master Hai, business was still business. I want to use the Blood God's Evil Saber formation to carry out a transaction with you. After all, we're both blood cultivators and belong to the same category. If you were to condense a life-bound Blood God Saber, it would surely come in handy while breaking through to the 5th stage realm, right? Young Master Hai said with a smile. The Mister was a bit surprised after hearing these words. Young Master Hai wanted to hand over the Blood God's Evil Saber formation? Wasn't that formation the very reason he was now breaking through the 5th stage realm? As though he had realized Mister's confusion, young Master Hai faintly smiled and said, although the life-bound Blood God Saber was the base I relied on to break through, it was only a temporary base. Moreover, it's not even a technique of our limitless demon sect. As long as the terms are good, why not trade it? Fine. What do you want in exchange? The Mister was obviously interested. I was thinking about the Blood Sea Jade. Although I'm reluctant to admit it, it's unlikely that I'll be able to retrieve the Blood God Crystal from the hands of that youngster. Hence, I need something as a replacement, young Master Hai said with a smile. The Blood Sea Jade, eh? He, your appetite is really big. The Mister coldly smiled. Yes, but the term should be still acceptable. Young Master Hai shrugged his shoulders and continued, the only reason I'm doing this is that I don't have enough time, otherwise, I would have used the Blood God's Evil Saber formation again and obtained more Blood God crystals, truly a pity. If anything, you're the one benefiting from it. You can trade a Blood Sea Jade for a life-bound Blood God Saber that can sharply increase your strength. Your luck is really good. He. The Mister snorted and said, you have a point there, and I have no reason to refuse this trade. Now then, how do you want to carry out the transaction? As usual. You can use a puppet to deliver the Blood Sea Jade to one of the branches of the Limitless Demon Sect, and I'll hand over the Blood God's Evil Saber formation in exchange. Young Master Hai's projection started to fade slowly. It wasn't their first time carrying out a transaction. Hence, there was no need for too many useless details. Fine, got it. The Mister waved his hand and hinted for young Master Hai to leave. In that case, I shall take my leave. Young Master Hai projection became more and more pale. However, before disappearing, he asked out of curiosity, I'm curious about something though, in whose hands did you suffer a loss this time? I remember that you prepared this matter regarding the Chu family for quite some time. Although your ability to strategize is quite revolting, your ability to deceive others is outstanding. Given your skills, you should be able to trick everyone and make them run in circles. Sometimes, being too curious isn't good, young Master Hai. The Mister clenched his teeth. I'm even more curious now. Since there is some time left before I disappear, how about telling me what happened? Who knows, I might even be able to help you. My mood is quite good today, young Master Hai said with a smile. After a short pause, the Mister snorted. Next, he stretched out his hand and pressed on his chest, revealing a light screen. He had to admit that young Master Hai was superior to him in certain fields. On the screen were displayed the events that took place in the secret room of the Chu family. An arm to the teeth soft feather, a calm-looking venerable spirit butterfly, Chu, as well as Mister who had activated the star-shifting formation appeared on the screen. On the screen, Chu extracted a 1-meter-long saber and dashed toward the star-shifting formation with great momentum. After seeing this scene, young Master Hai's face stiffened a bit. If he wasn't mistaken, that treasured saber was the most precious weapon of the Moon Saber sect. Its name was Broken Tyrant and the blade was around 1 meter long. It was forged from heavy metals within a thunder pond and was extremely durable. It was much harder than other weapons of the same rank. It could even cut the body of a cultivator of the 4th stage. Originally, it was the weapon used by the master of the Moon Saber sect, Bhn Jun. In the end, it should have fallen into the hands of the youngster called Stressed by a Mountain of Books, right? What an interesting development. Is this matter also related to that stressed by a mountain of books? Just as he was in deep thoughts, Venerable Spirit Butterfly pierced the space around the star-shifting formation with his bare hands, forcefully snatching the scroll away from the mister. After this last scene, the video ended. The mister silently switched off the screen and looked at young Master Hai, waiting for his analysis. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After a short pause, young Master Hai said, there were 4 scrolls in total. You used a technique of the 1,000-hand sector to hide the other 3, right? The mister nodded. Aside from being someone who specialized in a blood cultivation, he was very proficient in the stealing techniques of the 1,000-hand sect too. At first, the 1,000-hand sect wasn't inferior to the penniless thief sect and was another paradise for thief cultivators. But unlike the still prosperous penniless thief sect, the 1,000-hand sect started to slowly decline. Right now, their heritage was almost extinguished. I'll give you a sincere advice. Quickly do whatever you have to do with those scrolls. Whether you want to make a copy or examine them to discover the secret they conceal, do it as soon as possible. Once you're done, destroy them or throw them as far as possible. Cut off any relation you might have with these scrolls. Young Master Hai faintly smiled and said one last sentence before completely disappearing. That's all I have to say. After hearing these words, Mister's expression immediately changed. He quickly understood the meaning of young Master Hai's words. The other party had probably done something to the scrolls, and that powerful cultivator was likely planning to follow the scrolls to find him. *CK, the mister secretly cursed. After a short moment, his expression became firm. He grasped the newspaper and stared at its contents. You want to follow the trail to get to me? In your dreams. At first, I was planning to lead that thing over here and catch it together with those idiotic sea urchins, extracting the source blood both from them and the cultivators of the illusory sword school, but now I'll have to lead it here in advance. The newspaper was the Daily Cultivator. He was reading an article about the Cosmic Demon. The Cosmic Demon, also known as extraterrestrial demon amongst cultivators, was a strange creature of unknown origins. These creatures were like meteors, and each year, a few of them would fall onto the Earth. Some of them would burn to ashes as soon as they entered the atmosphere. But some whose luck or strength was good enough would successfully descend onto the surface of the Earth. Ordinary human beings couldn't see cosmic demons, and they too weren't particularly interested in ordinary human beings or animals. What they were looking for were strong cultivators, monster beasts, ghost cultivators, aboriginal deities, and other similar beings with a high quantity of spiritual energy. After finding them, they would hunt and kill them in order to eat them and increase their strength. After hearing this much, these creatures appeared rather fearsome, right? But in truth, cosmic demons were something very good for cultivators. Each cosmic demon had several treasures on its body. These treasures didn't belong to this world, and there were of many different kinds. After killing a cosmic demon, the gains would be pretty good. Regarding cultivators, cosmic demons were like game bosses loaded with items casually spawning in the countryside. It was worth to group up and hunt them. If one's luck was good, it was possible to receive things that would give lifelong benefits. According to the article, the cosmic demon was of the blood demon category this time. The Daily Cultivator estimated that the strength of this blood demon was at the 6th stage realm if not above. Cosmic demons had rather low intelligence, and even their brain was one of the muscles of their body. On the other hand, this allowed them to display a fighting capacity that was superior to their rank. The Daily Cultivator suggested forming a group with 2 or more cultivators of the 6th stage as the leaders, as well as 20 or more other cultivators of the 5th stage to slay the blood demon. I have to make the blood demon descend next to the Chu family and have it eat their cultivators to become even more powerful. Then, I can use it to stall that powerful cultivator the Chu family invited. After that, I can try to look for an opportunity to get the last scroll from Chu's hands, the mister muttered to himself. He had a special formation that would lure in the blood demon once it was activated. It was a very incredible formation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. A report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 403, Strange Phenomena Appearing While Discussing Profound Principles. Chapter 403, Strange Phenomena Appearing While Discussing Profound Principles. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. By using this formation, he would be able to lure in the blood demon and make it change its trajectory. He was confident in making it land within a range of 5,000 meters from the designated location. Since you want to follow the clues and get to me, I'll quickly gather all the scrolls and destroy them after I'm done examining them. Then, I want to look which trail you're going to follow. The Mister closed his eyes while still holding the daily cultivator. It was a special method to get in touch with his other puppets. In the surroundings of the Chu family, 3 figures identical to those servants from before quietly converged together. They wore the same clothes as average people and had a lifeless look in their eyes. While they were walking, it felt as though their bodies were balloons full of water, faintly swaying. Under that Mister's long-distance control, the 3 servants found a remote place and started to engrave the formation onto the ground. After drawing the formation, the 3 servants cut their throats and used their fresh blood to fill the grooves the formation was made of. Very soon, the small formation activated. After getting into action, the formation started to emit a particular aura that would attract the blood demon over there. Everything was ready now, he only had to wait for the blood demon to appear. Now that all preparations were complete, the Mister slowly restored his calm and muttered to himself, "Finally, to prepare for all eventualities, I should prepare an escaping technique as well." A pro swindler must always have a few ways to retreat in case of emergency. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. In the front of the grievance settling platform, the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group were currently exchanging their experiences. Since they were all gathered here due to Venerable White's disposable flying swords, they took advantage of the opportunity and decided to chat a bit. After all, it was pretty rare for them to reunite like this. Thereupon, the seniors sat in a circle and started to share their recent cultivation-related experiences. It was the perfect time to ask about things they were confused about. With a venerable like Senior White here, it was possible to receive answers to many of their questions. Although it was possible to communicate while being thousands of miles away with the advent of the internet, cultivation-related problems could only be perceived through senses and not through words. If they were having difficulties understand the explanation, they could just have the other seniors directly demonstrate it, which was far better than words alone. At this time, Venerable White was explaining in detail some difficult cultivation-related matters to his fellow Taoists. He explained the profound in simple words, and some like Northern River who were on the verge of breaking through felt enlightened and intrigued. Their understanding toward the process of breaking through deepened quite a bit. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. When Song Shuhang returned to the grievance settling platform, he saw a shocking scene. Spiritual energy was visible to the naked eye and had condensed on top of the heads of the seniors, changing into mystical clouds. Some of the spiritual energy was scattering and turning into fog, moistening the myriad things of the universe. Beneath the feet of the seniors, small and tender shoots of grass quickly grew up, turning into a lawn of green grass. Moreover, the nearby flowers were blooming and dying at a very fast pace. There were white lotuses as well that were continuously blooming around the seniors. Afterward, Song Shuhang saw that the real Chu Chu and other disciples of the Chu family had fallen into a lethargic sleep. They were currently soundly sleeping on a side. What's happening? When he got a bit closer, he heard several strange voices beside his ear. Those voices were holy and sacred, but they didn't belong to the seniors. These voices were unconsciously generated while the seniors were exchanging with the principles of the world. At this time, the enlightenment stone on Song Shuhang's body slightly shook. He felt a refreshing feeling shroud his mind. Although he couldn't understand what the voices were saying, after hearing them, he felt enlightened about some fields in which his cultivation was lacking. Song Shuhang greatly benefited just from hearing the several seniors exchange their experiences. Luckily, he had the enlightenment stone with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gained anything by hearing these voices generated from the resonance between heaven and earth. All the seniors are really incredible, Song Shuhang muttered to himself. Soon after, he tried to approach them. But when he took 5 or 6 steps forward, he felt a huge pressure weight on him. This pressure was incredible, and it was even stronger than the one Yu Jiajia faced while jumping through the Dragon Gate back then. Song Shuhang almost tripped and fell to the ground. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. When discussing profound principles, powerful cultivators would give birth to strange phenomena. Weaker cultivators were unable to approach them, and if they tried to forcefully get closer, they would have to face a huge pressure. And if one's realm wasn't high enough, their will to further cultivate might be affected as they heard the exchange. That was the reason the seniors of the group put the surrounding disciples of the Chu family to sleep. It was to avoid affecting them. But Song Shuhang had just become a cultivator. How could he possibly know about these things? Luckily, Senior White stopped his explanation after noticing that someone approached them. After turning his head around and seeing that it was Song Shuhang, he faintly smiled and waved at him. Song Shuhang immediately felt his body become lighter, and all the pressure from before disappeared. After heaving a sigh of relief, he trotted toward Venerable White and sat next to him. The seniors of the group faintly smiled, and after glancing at Song Shuhang, they returned to their discussion. The things they were discussing were too profound for the current Song Shuhang to understand. As he tried to listen, Shuhang felt as though he was looking at the truth through a layer of mist. After hearing for a while, his brain felt dizzy, as though it was about to explode. He had no choice but to stop listening. After pondering for a moment, he took out the Enlightenment Stone and sat still next to Venerable White. After he took out the stone, it was much more effective than just being in his pocket. Since all the people around were seniors of the 9 provinces #1 group, Song Shuhang was bold enough to take out the Enlightenment Stone. While surrounded by the discussing seniors, the Enlightenment Stone resonated with the principles of heaven and earth and gave rise to a strange enlightening effect, pouring all the knowledge into Song Shuhang's mind. Just as Song Shuhang was lost in thoughts, a miraculous glow flashed through his mind. Likewise, the nearby seniors also felt their comprehension abilities becoming stronger. Their minds were brimming with countless ideas. All kinds of different inspirations surged forth like an endless stream, and their conversation became much more smoother. Strange, my state of mind seems particularly good today. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber suddenly said. It wasn't only Thrice Reckless, the other seniors also felt the same. After seeing the confusion of his fellow Taoists, Venerable White faintly smiled and pointed at Song Shuhang, who was currently lost in thoughts. After looking at Song Shuhang, they saw that he was holding an unremarkable stone in his hands with a tender green onion growing on it. This stone looked very ordinary. Did it have some special origin? Northern River's loose cultivator furrowed his brows and tried to guess. Is that the Enlightenment Stone? Correct. Venerable White smiled and nodded. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple said, the Enlightenment Stone. No wonder I felt that my state of mind was so good today. Eh? Wait a moment, is this Enlightenment Stone little friend Shuhang's? Venerable White nodded again. True Monarch Yellow Mountain. Northern River's loose cultivator. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. All the other seniors. Earlier, when they were discussing what they should gift to Song Shuhang, they felt that he was loaded as F***ck for a cultivator of the first stage. They didn't expect that he had something like that Enlightenment Stone too. In the world of cultivators, something like the Enlightenment Stone was akin to a portable cheating device. Although its effects would become weaker and weaker as the cultivator became stronger, in cases like today's where many seniors were reunited and discussing profound matters, even if it added a tiny bit of enlightenment, it was enough to let everyone greatly benefit from it. Sometimes, one needed only a small enlightenment during these profound discussions to break through the bottleneck holding them back. Little friend Shuhang's luck is really good, True Monarch Yellow Mountain said after a while. Perhaps Senior White's luck had changed from heaven-defying to heaven-destroying after he advanced to the 7th stage Venerable Realm? The difference between the two was that one simply went against the will of the heavens, while the other treated the heavens like its personal plaything. After knowing that little friend Song Shuhang had the Enlightenment Stone, his house was bound to have many guests. If the fellow Taoists in the group needed the effects of the stone, they could visit his place for a while. And if Song Shuhang was willing, he could rent out the stone at small intervals of time, making a steady profit out of it. Wealth is bound to invoke jealousy. It's fine if the fellow Taoists inside the group know about it, but this matter about the Enlightenment Stone mustn't spread outside the group, Northern River's loose cultivator reminded. Since he was a loose cultivator, he knew that although one could greatly benefit from treasures, they could also bring a disaster upon the owner. The fellow Taoists of the group were trustable people, but if the news were to spread out, it might reach the ears of someone with ill intentions. That's natural. All those present are seasoned people and know about that, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said. It sure was lucky that the 9 Provinces #1 group was such a special group of cultivators. It wasn't only a reminder to you guys, it was a reminder to little friend Song Shuhang as well, Northern River's loose cultivator said to Song Shuhang. The Enlightenment Stone is a very precious item, and its value surpasses your imagination. Therefore, don't show it in front of others as to avoid someone with evil intentions targeting you. Thank you for the reminder, Senior Northern River. I'm well aware of it, Song Shuhang said earnestly. He took out the stone only because all those present were cultivators of the 9 Provinces #1 group and the disciples of the Chu family were in a deep slumber. After all, even Lady Onion tried to snatch away his Enlightenment Stone back then. If her strength hadn't been so low, Song Shuhang might have lost the stone already. Shuhang had been very meticulous about this matter since that time. But when he spoke, Shuhang used Chu's sweet voice. The seniors looked at Song Shuhang one after another with gazes full of compassion. It's good if you know, Northern River's loose cultivator said. After that, since they now had the strengthening effect of the Enlightenment Stone, the seniors of the group kept discussing for quite some time. After taking care of all the doubts that were gripping their hearts, they concluded their discussion. All of them seemed extremely satisfied. At this time, it would be wonderful if there was some good tea available, True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple said. It would be even more wonderful if a good cannon fodder were to come here so that I could practice my saber skills on it. I have so many inspirations right now, my saber is itching to get into action. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 404, the seniors of the group using misdirection. Chapter 404, the seniors of the group using misdirection. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Practicing your saber skills? Your words reminded me of something. Northern River's loose cultivator took out a copy of the Daily Cultivator from his robe and pointed at one of the articles. According to this article of the Daily Cultivator, a blood demon is about to descend onto the earth. The place where it's going to descend just happens to be the northwest of China, which is approximately our current location. Given the time, it should be about to land. If our luck is good, it might even fall somewhere close. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's eyes suddenly lit up. A blood demon? What is its rank? If it's only of the 3rd stage, it wouldn't be able to take even one of my attacks. His 72 swift saber strikes were incredibly powerful. Except for Su Clan 7, he wasn't afraid of any fellow Daoist in the group that was still in the 5th stage realm. If the cosmic demon was of the 3rd or 4th stage, he could defeat it with one blow. It should be strong enough to satisfy your needs. According to the predictions, it should have a strength comparable to the 6th stage realm. Given the special constitution of cosmic demons, even if it's only in the early period of the 6th stage, it should be able to burst forth with a strength comparable to cultivators at the peak of the 6th stage realm. Too bad that its intelligence quotient is too low and it can't properly use its strength. It should be perfectly suited to your needs, a very good cannon fodder. Northern River's loose cultivator lifted the Daily Cultivator and smiled. After hearing this much, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's eyes lit up. It would be great if this blood demon could land close to our position. It was difficult to find better cannon fodder than the blood demon if one wanted to try their skills. Although its rank of the 6th stage was a bit high, it wasn't that much of a problem. After all, there were several fellow Taoists from the 9 Provinces #1 group reunited here. Venerable White alone was at the 7th stage realm, and there were several other cultivators of the 6th stage True Monarch realm. If the Blood Demon were to descend close to their position, they could happily hunt and kill it. Aha. Such being the case, fellow Daoist Thrice Reckless might as well pray for the Blood Demon to descend next to us. Cave Lord Snow Wolf teased him. Then, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber had a sudden epiphany. Then, under the dumbfounded gazes of the other members of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group, he took a small incense burner and lit some incense. Next, he turned toward Venerable White and made a wish with a solemn expression on his face. Venerable White. It seemed that the other members of the group weren't mistaken about Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. In regards to death-seeking matters, Thrice Reckless was like a goldfish. He had a memory of 3 seconds and would soon forget previous bad experiences. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Far off in the sky, an adorable cosmic demon was currently descending from the sky. This cosmic demon belonged to the Blood Demon subcategory, which was a powerful species amongst cosmic demons. Its body was made of blood, and this alone made it immune to physical attacks. Its self-recovery ability was also top-notch. Moreover, as long as the enemies were injured and bleeding, the Blood Demon's blood-sucking ability would automatically activate, starting to absorb the blood of the nearby enemies. With that, it would both recover from its injury and strengthen itself. It was precisely for this blood-sucking aura that the Blood Demon was somewhat difficult to deal amongst cosmic demons. Cosmic demons had a relatively low intelligence quotient, and their brains couldn't really process thoughts. Their intelligence was even lower than that of wild beasts. And even among them, the Blood Demon subcategory excelled at being stupid. Perhaps it was because even their brain was made of blood fluid instead of cerebrospinal fluid. The Blood Demon had no concept such as where I come from or where I'm going now. As soon as it appeared, it would search for a place to land. After landing, it would start searching for food to eat its fill. After eating its fill, it would evolve and keep repeating the above-mentioned actions until someone came and killed it. This Blood Demon had a humanoid shape, and its height was 15 meters. It looked like a person made of red-colored mercury. The blood composing its body had a certain sense of reality and moved and rippled from time to time. At this time, it was curled up into a ball and was descending from the sky. While falling, it smelt a very nice scent. This scent really piqued its interest. Therefore, the Blood Demon instinctively adjusted its trajectory and headed toward the place this nice smell was coming from. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Time slowly passed by. The sharp-eyed Cave Lord Snow Wolf saw a red dot high up in the sky that was slowly descending. Eh? Is that the Blood Demon? F*CK, is the Blood Demon really falling to this place? Is wishing something in front of Senior White so effective? Such being the case, should I also wish for something? I hope Senior White will give me his blessing so that I can advance to the 6th stage next year. Just kidding. Something like advancing to the next realm must be done step by step. Ahahaha, the Blood Demon really descended here. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber lightly grasped the saber hanging at his waist. In the next moment, he completely restrained his aura, just like a sharp blade that was sheathed. He was building up strength. After all, a blade was sharpest when just unsheathed. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple squinted his eyes and looked at the red dot, saying, "It's indeed the Blood Demon. It has a humanoid form, and it's 15 meters tall. Its strength is at the 6th stage, and it's getting closer and closer. From the looks of it, it's going to land somewhere close. Thrice Reckless, use your taunt move." Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. Taunt? The hell is that? I don't have such a move. Senior Yellow Mountain, can you aggro the Blood Demon and bring it over here so that we can beat it to a pulp? Fairy Dongfang stepped into the void, and her long-sleeved dress fluttered in the wind. She was a bit tired of doing nothing. Thrice Reckless wasn't the only one that had benefited from the exchange earlier. All the fellow Taoists benefited a lot and were itching to get some action. True Monarch Yellow Mountain nodded and said, "Sure. You guys get ready. I'll aggro the monster." Soon after, True Monarch Yellow Mountain soared into the sky and dashed toward the Blood Demon. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. At the same time, in the northwest area of China, more than 40 cultivators were flying all over the place. The majority of these cultivators were of the third or fourth stage, and some even at the second stage. There were plenty of loose cultivators and experienced disciples from sects, as well as elders of medium-sized sects. Most of these cultivators were here to have fun or pick the leftovers after the battle. After killing the cosmic demon, the winners would take away the valuable treasures or parts of its body, leaving behind the things that were of no use to them. The leftovers of the cosmic demon's body weren't of any use to powerful cultivators, but they were incomparably precious treasures for small loose cultivators. Moreover, it was a blood demon of the 6th stage this time. Even if they were to pick up a random part of its body, the average cultivator would profit from it. As for personally killing the blood demon, they could only dream of it. This blood demon had a strength comparable to that of the 6th stage, and unless those cultivators of the 3rd or 4th stage had particular cultivation techniques, they wouldn't be able to defeat it even if it stood still. Now then, the blood demon should be about to land, right? How come there isn't a group led by true monarchs to catch it? A loose cultivator asked in puzzlement. This time, it was supposed to descend in a rather remote area. Moreover, there was only one day to prepare. Is it possible that the powerhouses of the true monarch rank are not here yet? Another loose cultivator said, somewhat worried. True monarchs would sometimes close up for hundreds of years. What would they do if the blood demon of the 6th stage were to descend next to them and there were no powerhouses of the true monarch level nearby to fight it? Wouldn't all the cultivators that were here to watch the show and pick the leftovers die a horrible death? Don't worry. Each time a cosmic demon descends, big sects would send some of their people to deal with it. So, there shouldn't be problems. Someone tried to lighten the mood. Now then, what if these people were actually late? Just as they were in deep thoughts, some of the sharp-eyed cultivators saw a red dot in the sky. It's here. That red dot is the blood demon, I'm not mistaken. Where is it going to descend? Should we really go check it out if there isn't a senior cultivator of the true monarch rank around? The group of cultivators was a bit hesitant. If there wasn't a true monarch around, they would be in danger, right? But amongst these cultivators, there were some strange wobbling forms with weird smiles on their faces. They were precisely the servants of that Mr. What a bunch of idiots! The place where the blood demon is going to descend has changed. These guys will become the meal of the blood demon before the true monarchs are here, becoming the energy it needs to evolve. The Mr. looked at the scene through his puppets and laughed in his heart. It's about to land. This blood demon will turn into a natural calamity and shake the world. The puppet stretched its hand toward the sky, assuming a very awe-inspiring pose. But right at this time, a big net suddenly appeared in the sky and caught the blood demon. The blood demon didn't even have the time to dodge when it was firmly wrapped in the net. Next, the net started to shrink, and the blood demon crazily fought back. But the more it was struggling, the more it was getting entangled in the net. Soon after, the blood demon, who was originally descending with a curved trajectory, was pulled by the big net to a certain place. Its new trajectory resembled that of a stock graph. The Mr. who was watching the scene through his servants was speechless. Did the daily cultivator mistakenly report the rank of this blood demon? For some reason, it didn't seem really that strong. It was casually pulled down with a net as though it was some sort of big fish. Whatever, let's just go there and see. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. True Monarch Yellow Mountain was worthily the founder of the 9 Provinces #1 group. After catching the blood demon with the net, he used his physical strength alone to pull it down. Cosmic demons were literally muscle heads, and their forte was precisely their great physical strength. But now, this blood demon turned out to be inferior to True Monarch Yellow Mountain even in that field. Come down! After arriving at a good location, True Monarch Yellow Mountain stretched out his hands and opened the big net, throwing the blood demon to the ground. Boom! The blood demon crashed to the ground, and clouds of dust rose toward the sky. Roar, roar, roar. The blood demon crawled out from the hole in the ground, roaring like a wild animal. It was thoroughly enraged. True Monarch Yellow Mountain didn't descend to the ground, but continued to hover in the sky. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple faintly smiled. Just as True Monarch Yellow Mountain was aggroing the monster, he walked around the area where the Grievance settling platform was held and arranged a huge formation. It was both to prevent the Blood Demon from escaping and to stop the attacks of his fellow Taoists from destroying the surrounding area. Snow Wolf, use your freezing spells. I'm going in, the already ready Thrice Reckless bellowed and soared into the sky. Big fellow, get a taste of my saber. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 05, Ostracized by his fellow Taoists. Chapter for 05, Ostracized by his fellow Taoists. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Since the Blood Demon possessed the strength of a 6th stage and was a tank with a lot of HP, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber attacked without reservations. If he was going to strike, he would use all his strength. The saber was unsheathed. Saber light flashed, and within an area of 50 meters, even the sunlight was overshadowed. Within that area, nothing except for the saber light unleashed by Thrice Reckless Mad Saber was visible. The saber light was extremely quick. Thrice Reckless Saber technique was incomparably fast, and its speed had long exceeded that of the 5th stage Spiritual Emperor rank. A Blood Demon of the 6th stage was unexpectedly unable to react to Thrice Reckless Saber. The Blood Demon didn't even have the time to defend itself. The saber light hit right on the head of the Blood Demon, leaving behind a deep gash that went from its forehead to its chest. The cut was very deep, and it almost cleaved the Blood Demon in half. This Blood Demon had the strength of the 6th stage, and if we considered the toughness of its body alone, it could be compared to a mid-level 6th stage cultivator. In other words, if Thrice Reckless were to make a surprise attack against a cultivator of the 6th stage, he would be able to leave a deep wound on them if the attack landed. His fighting capacity had already surpassed his rank. Rawtilda the Blood Demon crazily roared due to the pain. It clenched its fists and attacked the baboon-shaped Thrice Reckless in front of him. At the same time, blood tendrils appeared around the wounded area and started to slowly drive out the saber chi permeating the wound in order to heal it. Although such an injury could kill other living beings, it wasn't any different than an ordinary external injury for a Blood Demon. Holy shit! I just wasted my strength with the attack earlier, and even my hands feel numb, Thrice Reckless shouted after landing on the ground. He wasn't afraid of the incoming attack of the Blood Demon. At this time, Cave Lord Snow Wolf shouted from the rear, "Icy Cold Tornado!" He was currently holding 2 wolf-claw-shaped scepters in his hands. After shouting, Cave Lord Snow Wolf displayed an ice-type technique. Even if it was summer, the temperature sharply dropped within an area of 100 meters, and a layer of ice quickly appeared on the surface of the earth. In the air, the cold chi condensed and turned into ice crystals, finally transforming into balls that floated in front of Cave Lord Snow Wolf. Afterward, Snow Wolf stretched out his hand and pushed forward the ice crystals in front of him. In the next moment, the icy balls turned into a 20-meter-tall tornado that rushed toward the Blood Demon. However, the speed of the icy tornado wasn't very fast. Given its speed, it would be only halfway before the attack of the Blood Demon reached Thrice Reckless. The Blood Demon would have enough time to punch Thrice Reckless several times before the tornado affected it. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Then, just as the fist of the Blood Demon was about to land on Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's body, a stout figure suddenly appeared next to him. It was another member of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group, Dharma King Creation. Song Shuhang had no idea when Dharma King Creation moved and appeared next to Thrice Reckless. It almost felt as though he was always there. Ahaha, let me test the strength of this Blood Demon. Dharma King Creation laughed and crisscrossed his hands, assuming a defensive stance to block the incoming fist of the Blood Demon. Boom! The fist of the Blood Demon ruthlessly smashed against Dharma King Creation's arms, and the terrifying impact created a huge shock wave. Dharma King Creation almost looked like a nail, half of his body was hammered into the ground after the attack. Ouch, this is really something. What an incredible power. Dharma King Creation laughed. Blue marks had appeared on his arm. Can you hold on? If you can't, you should transform. Thrice reckless Mad Saber sheathed his saber again in order to build up his strength once more. Roar, roar, roar! Tilda the blood demon got even angrier after seeing that its fist was unable to crush to death those two ants. It joined its fist together and tried to hammer Dharma King Creation once more. Ouch! A joint attack with two fists. It seems I have no choice but to transform. I won't be able to resist otherwise. Dharma King Creation forced a smile and loudly shouted afterward. The spiritual energy around his body started to churn, changing into an explosion of golden light that spread in all directions. Next, Dharma King Creation's hair was lifted by the spiritual power, shooting high up in the sky. This scene was enough to make one's blood boil with excitement. After seeing this scene, Song Shuhang immediately thought of something. Is he going to transform into a Super Saiyang? Boom, boom, boom! Tilda. Dust rose toward the sky and the earth split. The muscles on Dharma King Creation's body bulged, and his size increased of 3 times. In the next moment, even the clothes he was wearing exploded. Except for his indestructible leather pants, nothing was left. After the clothes were gone, his huge muscles were finally visible. Even his clothes exploded. Next, a golden radiance started to spread from his feet. Then, just like those fictional characters doing cool transformations, Dharma King Creation got shrouded in a golden metal-like luster. The golden light kept rising until it reached Dharma King Creation's head. Will his hair also turn golden? Is he really going to transform into a Super Saiyang? Song Shuhang closely observed Dharma King Creation. He was extremely excited at this time. Although Super Sairs were a bit old, they were still very cool. Boom, boom, boom! Finally, the golden light reached Dharma King Creation's scalp. Next, his pitch-black shining hair shot up into the sky, flew very high, and finally fell to the ground, scattering in all directions. What was left behind was shining big bald head. PFFF tilde Song Shuhang immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. Wasn't he supposed to transform into a Super Saiyang? How come he became bald? That's why I hate using the Warring Buddha's true body. I lose both clothes and hair after each use. Dharma King Creation touched his bald head, his expression aggrieved. Boom! Right at this time, the joint fist attack of the blood demon brutally pounded on his head. This time, Dharma King Creation didn't assume a defensive stance and stood still, letting the blood demon hammer his head with its fists. The huge fists clashed against Dharma King Creation's smooth golden head. Dong tilde loud metallic sound echoed. Soon after, another shock wave followed. It was much stronger than the one created by the fist earlier. After the attack, Dharma King Creation merely tilted his head after the blood demon attacked it. The sound of muscles and bones moving transmitted from his neck area. Not bad. This fist was also very powerful. This strike really warmed up my body. Dharma King Creation clicked his tongue in admiration. So strong, Song Shuhang said. The powerful fist of the blood demon was only able to tilt Dharma King Creation's head a little after a frontal clash. Was this senior really in the 5th stage realm? The nearby True Monarch Fallout faintly smiled and explained to Song Shuhang, no need to be surprised. Attacks of this level can only serve as a warm-up for fellow Daoist creation. What fellow Daoist creation practices is the Warring Buddha's true body of the Warring Buddha sect. Amongst body tempering cultivation techniques, it's ranked in the first 10 in the whole world of cultivators. This technique is extremely difficult to practice, and given fellow Daoist creation's talent, he would have already reached the 6th stage realm like me if he were practicing another technique. Although his strength is still in the 5th stage realm, the toughness of his body is comparable to the 6th stage rank once the Warring Buddha's true body is active. Actually, it might even be stronger than that of ordinary true monarchs. In other words, it was another senior that possessed a fighting capacity higher than his rank. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Just as they were speaking, Cave Lord Snow Wolf's icy cold tornadoes finally hit the body of the blood demon. Although the name of this magical technique seemed rather ordinary, its effects were anything but ordinary. The cold wind swept the blood demon, and beautiful icy flowers made of cold chi bloomed on its body. The beautiful icy flowers were like real plants. The cold chi changed into rhizomes that took root on the body of the blood demon. Its body wasn't only damaged by the cold, but also by the flowers that took root on it, continuously sucking out its energy and using it to bloom and become even more luxuriant. If the enemy were a creature with intellect, they would have removed these flowers as soon as possible. But the intelligence quotient of the blood demon was too low. It let the flowers take root and bloom on its body, not caring in the least. Under the effects of the tornado, the speed of the blood demon decreased by 30%, the scene looked like a movie in slow motion. What an incredible ice-type technique! Song Shuhang sighed with emotion once more. Cave Lord Snow Wolf was the highest authority in regards to ice techniques in the 9 provinces number 1 group. This ordinary-looking icy cold tornado had been personally modified to perfection by Cave Lord Snow Wolf. Fellow Daoist Snow Wolf is very talented with the ice element. True Monarch Fallout nodded and smiled. Moreover, ice-type techniques can be used to attack, defend, and support. It's a very versatile element. In battle amongst cultivators, it's very important to use flexible techniques. Sometimes, even a small technique can change the course of the entire battle. Now then, little friend Song Shuhang is already a cultivator of the 2nd stage. When you have free time, you should check your affinity. Your affinity with the elements is very important and will determine which techniques you'll be able to practice in the future. Song Shuhang nodded his head slightly. He had already advanced to the 2nd stage realm, so he could start learning a couple of useful spells. There are many things I would like to study. Later, I must show up in the 9 provinces number 1 group a lot and get familiar with everyone. Now that I'm at the 2nd stage, I can already start taking on the missions prepared by the seniors. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Aha waha. Fellow Daoist Snow Wolf, well done. Now, I'll take care of the frontal attacks of this blood demon. You guys can go ahead and use your skills. If you have any new skill or move you want to test, now is the time. Dharma King Creation heartily laughed. He bumped his metal-like fists against each other, sending out a metallic sound, and dashed toward the blood demon. The other members of the 9 provinces number 1 group also laughed and prepared to get into action and display all the things they comprehended earlier. The glint of sabers and swords flashed, and all sorts of dazzling techniques were displayed. Right at this time, a figure standing next to Shuhang bravely stepped forward. He blew some air on his fist and likewise prepared to get into action. In the sky, the sharp-eyed Thrice Reckless immediately spotted the figure and shouted, "Senior White, wait a moment. You can't make your move. Otherwise, none of us would be able to have fun anymore." Venerable White stiffly raised his fist. Did his fellow Taoists ostracize him? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 406, Gathering the Scrolls to Summon the 1S Edition. Chapter 406, Gathering the Scrolls to Summon the 1S Edition. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. As soon as Thrice Reckless said those words, Venerable White was stunned and blankly stared at his fist. Afterward, he silently took his hand back. What Thrice Reckless said wasn't wrong. Although this blood demon was a tank with a lot of HP, it would surely die if Senior White were to punch it. Thereupon, Venerable White silently returned next to Song Shuhang, his expression disappointed. Since he couldn't join in the fun and beat the blood demon, he got bored and brought the guided missile over to his position, starting to fiddle with it again. This time, no one tried to prevent Venerable White from researching the missile. The fellow Taoists that were supposed to stop him from researching this dangerous thing were currently happily playing with the blood demon. The remaining ones were either interested in seeing Venerable White study the missile or were like true Monarch White Crane, who would raise its feet, hands, and wings and approve of whatever Senior White was doing. Even if Venerable White decided to destroy the moon, White Crane would prepare a spaceship to deliver Senior White there and help him destroy the moon. Thus, no one prevented Venerable White from tearing apart the missile this time. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Inside the formation arranged by True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple, each fellow Daoist of the 5th stage ganged up on the Blood Demon, even Dudu and Yu Jiao Jiao inserted a claw or two. This Blood Demon was so pitiful that one could only lit a candle for it. Although cultivators treated cosmic demons as bosses spawning in the countryside, this Blood Demon had been particularly unlucky. It had yet to land when it was caught and beaten up by a group of true monarchs and spiritual emperors. The Blood Demon angrily roared again and again. But it was the only thing it could do. It didn't matter from which angle or position it attacked, the shining Dharma King creation would appear in its front and promptly block all its attacks. The fellow Taoists of the group happily tested all the new things and attacks they learned earlier on the body of the Blood Demon. On a side, Yellow Mountain, Fallout, Ancient Lake Temple, and the low profiles when the bright moon appears were giving their fellow Taoists pointers on the new skills and moves they learned. Fairy Dongfang's move wasn't bad. Once it's perfected, it might turn into a powerful killing technique. If she were to increase the quantity of true Qi used by 10%, she should be able to break through the critical point, increasing the strength of the move even further. Fellow Daoist creations Warring Buddha's true body has reached a completely new level. Since it's already this strong, would it reach a strength comparable to the 7th stage realm once he breaks through the 6th stage realm? Thrice reckless, you goddamn baboon, you used a slash earlier and got tired? Don't you have the word a thrice in your name? Shouldn't you attack at least 3 times before stopping? Thrice reckless Mad Saber. The scene was very lively overall. Venerable White silently looked at his fellow Taoists having fun and continued fiddling with the missile. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Soon after, Song Shuhang approached Venerable White and said, "Senior White, you forgot to change my voice back." Song Shuhang felt that Venerable White was a bit depressed. Therefore, he thought of diverting his attention. It's not a problem. It will return to normal once the effect of the medicine wears off, Venerable White said without lifting his head. It will return to normal once the effect of the medicine wears off. That's good. Song Shuhang heaved a sigh of relief and added, "Senior White, there is another matter. Earlier, when Softfeather and I barged into the Chu family, we discovered a few sea urchin warriors lying in ambush in there. Then, we even met a strange guy in the secret room. Luckily, Softfeather's father, Venerable Spirit Butterfly, was on the scene and was able to snatch one of the scrolls from that guy." After explaining to Venerable White what happened in the Chu family, Song Shuhang took out the scroll of that sword technique, hoping to pique Senior White's interest. After all, he was an ordinary university student not too long ago, and he felt rather scared seeing Senior White silently fiddle with a missile. "Oh? Is that the sword technique of the Chu family? Let me see." Venerable White's interest was finally piqued. He threw the half-disassembled missile on a side and took the scroll from Song Shuhang's hands, starting to examine it. "Senior White, can you see anything interesting in there?" Song Shuhang asked. In the Dreamland, Chu Chu was able to derive her own personal sword technique from those for pictures. Perhaps because he didn't have the talent to infer things just from looking at pictures, Song Shuhang wasn't able to realize anything even after looking at the pictures for a while. Even now that he had retrieved one of the scrolls, he couldn't see anything interesting on it aside from Li Tiansu's cool pose. Venerable White examined the canvas, and after pondering for a moment, he said, "It's an ingenious trick. I cannot make out the content with only one scroll. Each picture should be hiding a formation, and once all four are reunited, the formation should activate and the true content become visible. Does that mean it wasn't due to my comprehension skills being too low?" Song Shuhang thought to himself. "Shuhang, you just said that the other 3 scrolls were taken away by the strange guy, right? Therefore, as long as this scroll is in Chu Chu's hands, he should try to find a way to snatch it, correct?" Venerable White said after pinching his chin. Song Shuhang replied, from the expression he had when he left, he seemed rather unwilling to let go of this last scroll. Actually, it doesn't matter if he plans to come back or not. After all, Venerable Spirit Butterfly seemed very interested in that star-shifting formation. He should pay him a visit in the next couple of days. Fellow Daoist Spirit Butterfly entered the fray? Aha, interesting. In that case, let me join in as well. I'll spice up things a little. Venerable White faintly smiled and stretched out his finger, engraving a series of runes on the back of the scroll with his spiritual energy. Finally, the runes assumed the shape of a flying sword. Song Shuhang looked at the familiar flying sword and asked, Senior White, where have I seen these runes before? This is the new disposable Song Shuhang 1S edition. Compared to the previous 001 edition, it has a few extra features. At first, I was thinking of engraving the disposable Meteor Sword 001 edition. But the runes of that version are a bit complicated, and I feared they might affect the scroll itself, Venerable White explained. After hearing the names of all those disposable flying swords, Song Shuhang's heart twitched, that the disposable Song Shuhang edition also got an upgrade. True Monarch Fallout and the nearby fellow Taoists had to forcefully suppress their laughter after hearing these names. Afterward, they all looked at Song Shuhang with gazes full of compassion. Little friend Song Shuhang really had it hard. Shuhang, even if we keep the scroll, there is not much use to it. After Chu Chu wakes up, give it to her so that she can bring it back to the Chu family. If that strange guy seizes the chance to steal it, the disposable Song Shuhang 1S will activate once all 4 scrolls are reunited, bringing that guy directly in front of me, Venerable White said. Would that guy us his way to Senior White? Ah. For some reason, it sounds very cool. Just think about it. The strange guy finally managed to reunite the 4 scrolls and was getting ready to summon Shenlong, Hua, wait. He was getting ready to thoroughly study them to uncover their mystery when the disposable Song Shuhang 1S edition activated, bringing both him and the scrolls high up in the sky. Then, after breaching all the obstacles blocking his path like someone that was trying to jump through the Dragon Gate, he would fly and fly until arriving in front of Venerable White. It would be a truly magnificent scene. Except for the named disposable Song Shuhang 1S edition, everything else was absolutely perfect. Sure. Once Miss Chu Chu wakes up, I'll give her the scroll so that she can bring it back. Song Shuhang held his thumb up in approval. Next, he thought of another matter and said, Senior White, I also met a few sea urchin warriors on my way back. It seemed they wanted to massacre the cultivators of the Illusory Sword School and collect true blood. They wanted to collect true blood? Venerable White slightly furrowed his brows and said, do they want to use it to untie a seal or bring something back to life? Sea urchin warriors, where have I heard this name? After the members of the group are done playing with the blood demon, ask them if they know something about this matter. As for the Illusory Sword School, they are still a school of human cultivators. After the blood demon is taken care of, we'll take a look at their situation. Fine. Song Shuhang nodded and looked at the seniors of the group. The poor blood demon was continuously roaring, but its voice was much weaker than before. Its original size of the 15 meters was also reduced to 10 meters. Moreover, all the powerhouses of the 6th stage True Monarch rank had yet to take action. That cosmic demon is rather pitiful, Song Shuhang muttered. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. On a side. Venerable White squatted down and started to fiddle with the missile once more. Very soon, the guided missile was disassembled into many parts. So that's how it is. The principle behind it is rather interesting. Venerable White held his chin and examined the missile for a while. Then, he started to reassemble it. The assembling process was much faster than the disassembling one. In the time it takes to breathe a few times, Venerable White had already reassembled the missile. Done. I've learned many new things from it. Venerable White seemed very satisfied. Senior White, wait a moment. What about those several box-like things next to your foot? Or those big screws? And that pipe as well, what about them? The sharp-eyed Song Shuhang immediately saw those objects lying next to Venerable White's foot. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 407, A Beautiful Saber Attack. Chapter 407, A Beautiful Saber Attack. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Oh, those things were superfluous. I can't put them back into the missile now, and it's also possible that they were ruined during the disassembling process, but you don't have to worry. I used a simple formation to replace their functions. There won't be any problem. Venerable White said, self-satisfied while patting the newly assembled missile. Then, he also said in a low voice to Song Shuhang, moreover, I also added 2 attack-type formations to the warhead of the missile. If the missile were to explode, other than the damage caused by the explosion, it would inflict damage from a powerful lightning explosion as well. In a while, once we find the headquarters of the Limitless Demon Sect, we can test its strength. Song Shuhang got a scare. He felt that the missile was already scary enough, and now, Venerable White even added an attack-type formation to it. It was like adding fuel to the fire. If this thing were to explode, what kind of terrifying power would it have? Just as he was in deep thoughts, something unexpected happened. Perhaps because Venerable White used too much strength while patting the missile, the vertically standing missile tilted to the right, starting to fall toward the ground. Senior White, it's falling! Song Shuhang quickly shouted. It was a very dangerous gadget that had undergone Venerable White's modification. There was a chance it might explode if it were to fall down. Don't worry, I'm here. Venerable White laughed and stretched his hand toward the missile. Venerable White could stop something of this size effortlessly. Therefore, there was no need to be worried. But right at this time, a figure rushed over from a distant place and supported the falling missile with its hand. Its pose was very cool. It was true monarch White Crane. White Crane had been paying attention to Venerable White the whole time so that it could help him if there was a need to. Therefore, as soon as it saw the missile falling, it rushed over and supported it with its hand. Senior White, you don't have to worry. With me here, nothing bad will happen. True monarch White Crane said as it held its thumb up in approval. Senior White Crane, you did very well. Song Shuhang also held his thumb up and praised White Crane. True monarch White Crane was very pleased with itself. Venerable White was speechless. It wasn't because of true monarch White Crane. It was because he realized he made a mistake while assembling the missile. The missile was emitting black smoke at this time. It meant it could explode at any time. White Crane, throw that thing away, Venerable White said. Although he was reluctant to admit it, it seemed he had committed a mistake while reassembling it. It might explode. Eh? True monarch White Crane was stunned at first. Then, it said loudly, it might explode? True monarch White Crane put the missile on its shoulders and looked all around. It was trying to find a good place to deal with it. Very soon, its eyes lit up. The Blood Demon. Since the missile was about to explode, it was better to throw it at the Blood Demon. Everyone, get out of the way. I'm going to use a powerful move. Aya! True monarch White Crane loudly shouted. Next, it used all its strength to throw the modified missile toward the Blood Demon. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. All the fellow Taoists were happily beating the Blood Demon when they saw a smoking missile flying toward them. Question mark. Northern River's loose cultivator opened his eyes wide. F*CK. Fellow Taoist White Crane, you're courting death. Why did you throw a missile here? Cave Lord Snow Wolf bellowed. Fairy Dongfang narrowly dodged the missile and screamed, Senior White Crane, stop causing trouble. The missile almost hit her. Launching a missile toward a Blood Demon is of no use. Senior White Crane, go play somewhere else. Dharma King Creation roared. But right at this time, True Monarch Fallout, who was previously explaining things to Shuhang, suddenly shouted, everyone, get out of there. It's something Venerable White personally modified. but True Monarch Fallout was just halfway through his speech when Thrice Reckless casually turned around and unsheathed his treasured saber. "Senior White Crane, stop causing trouble with that useless missile. You should go on a side and spectate, leaving the Blood Demon to us," Thrice Reckless Mad Saber shouted. Just as he was speaking, he assumed a cool pose and attacked. This technique was worthy of being called 72 Swift Saber Strikes. In a mere instant, Thrice Reckless slashed 72 times. The beautiful saber lights intertwined and covered the missile like a net. But just as he used the attack, Thrice Reckless finally heard True Monarch Fallout's words. "What? The missile was modified by Venerable White? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. I'm F***ked." At this time, he wished he could open his mouth and gobble down the net of saber lights. But it was too late. The dazzling saber lights reached the missile and cut it into bits. Boom tilde? A huge explosion followed. The range of the explosion covered both the Blood Demon and the fellow Taoists of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. "Ah! Thrice Reckless, it doesn't end here. Damn it! Thrice Reckless, you almost killed me. Did you do it intentionally? Thrice Reckless, were you plotting this together with White Crane? Ouch, F***ck. Fellow Daoist creation, quickly stop the Blood Demon. This bastard seized the opportunity to throw a fist at me. So painful. Ooh-wah, you're dead, Thrice Reckless. Ah! This year's limited edition dress I bought from the Silk Gauze sector is ruined." Fairy Dongfang screamed. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber held his saber and stood in the wind with a confused expression on his face. He felt that he was done for this time. Far off, True Monarch White Crane was still in the throwing missile pose. It hadn't expected that Thrice Reckless would such use a beautiful saber attack to screw itself too. Eh? Wait a moment. Am I not dead already? Such being the case, I don't have to worry about seeking death anymore. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Straight ahead, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's calamity had just started. After the missile exploded, the lightning explosion, a magical formation Venerable White engraved on it, also activated. Buzz, buzz, crack, crack tilde, a mass of purple lightning burst forth from the center of the explosion, condensing into a purple ball. Although it was just an experimental product, the purple lightning still had a killing power comparable to that of the 6th stage. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber bore the brunt of the attack. The lightning explosion didn't hit his body directly, but some of the overflowing electricity found its way to him and charred his body black. Had the lightning explosion hit Thrice Reckless directly, he would have passed the next few months on Medicine Master's sickbed. Luckily, the person who engraved the formation on the missile wasn't too far away. "Extinguish!" Venerable White lightly shouted. After Venerable White shouted, the lightning element inside the explosion quickly weakened, and the ball changed from its original gigantic size to that of a fist. At last, the electricity kept getting weaker and weaker until it disappeared. Thrice Reckless opened his mouth and exhaled a mouthful of black smoke. This mass of black smoke perfectly described his current mood. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Roar, roar, roar tilde, the roar of the Blood Demon echoed. The missile suddenly exploding disrupted the coordination of the fellow Taoists of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. Dharma King Creation, who was in charge of keeping the monster at bay, lost his grip on the Blood Demon. The Blood Demon immediately seized the opportunity and ran with all its might, using its superior physical strength of the 6th stage and durable body to break through the encirclement of the members of the group. Soon after, it headed in Song Shuhang's direction. Since it was heavily injured, it needed to eat something to replenish its strength. Although its intelligence quotient was very low, it still had a little bit of instinct. The Blood Demon needed to replenish its strength as soon as possible. Therefore, it looked for the weakest life form. On the scene, Song Shuhang and Chu Chu were the ones with the lowest cultivation. Since Chu Chu was a bit further, the Blood Demon decided to aim for Song Shuhang. Thereupon, it rushed toward him and tried to catch him with his big hands. "Don't let it run," the members of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group bellowed. But in this life and death crisis, the blood demon burst forth with an incredible speed. Even Yellow Mountain and Ancient Lake Temple, who were in the sky overseeing the scene, were unable to stop the blood demon in time. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the front, Venerable White pinched his chin and clicked his tongue. Then, he stood up and stretched his fist out, blowing some air on it. When they were discussing earlier, he thought of an interesting fist attack. At first, he thought he wouldn't have the opportunity to use it. Little did he know that the blood demon would suddenly rush toward his position and give him a chance. Roar, roar, roar! The blood demon madly roared as it rushed forward. However, it had yet to approach Song Shuhang when Venerable White raised his fist and lightly jumped, appearing on the top of its head. Thousands of runes were rotating around the fist, looking like chains. In the next moment, Venerable White finally launched his fist attack. The fist had yet to reach the body of the blood when the head of the latter started to dissipate. Just like a strong wind blowing over a pile of sand, the head of the blood demon changed into countless grains. After falling to the ground, the grains condensed and turned into several blood-colored pearls, emitting the ding, ding, ding sounds while hitting the ground. Venerable White's fist slowly descended, and the body of the blood demon kept turning into pearls as though a meat grinder was mincing it. 2 breaths later, the originally 10 meters tall blood demon disappeared without a trace. The blood pearls on the ground were the only proof that a pitiful blood demon had crossed the atmosphere and arrived here. Venerable White took his fist back and held his chin. From his pensive expression, it seemed he wasn't completely satisfied with the effects of this fist. In the rear, the seniors of the group wanted to cry. They didn't expect that Venerable White would be able to ultimately use his fist attack and spoil the fun. Was it fate? I need to improve this move further. It actually wasted a lot of spiritual energy. When it was turning the body of the blood demon into energy crystals, at least 30% of the energy was wasted, Venerable White muttered to himself. Song Shuhang picked up one of the pearls and asked in puzzlement, "Do blood demons turn into blood pearls after their death?" He sensed pure spiritual energy coming from these beautiful pearls. It was an experiment. Venerable White smiled and said, "I was trying to turn the blood demon into something akin to spirit stones, but the result wasn't too good. Now then, let's take a look at which treasures the blood demon brought here with it." Now that the boss was defeated, it was time for the loot. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 408, Bloodbone. Chapter 408, Bloodbone. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Cosmic demons didn't only have great endurance, they carried many treasures on their bodies as well. One of the best things about them was that they would drop items after their death. Regardless of the type, each cosmic demon would drop spirit stones, medicinal materials, and other refinable materials. If one's luck was good, a high-level cosmic demon might drop magical weapons and magical treasures as well. These magical weapons and treasures were manufactured in a rather strange way, completely different than how treasures or weapons were forged in the world of cultivators. However, cultivators only needed to modify them a little in order to use them. Some senior cultivators guessed that cosmic demons might be related to the era of the previous wielder of the will, or that they were products of an even more remote era. Some thought that they might come from other worlds or timelines. There were many different opinions about the origin of cosmic demons. Since they were brainless creatures, cultivators couldn't discover anything useful by reading their memories with mind-reading techniques. As a consequence, their origin became a big mystery in the world of cultivators. Venerable White got ready to open the loot box. He stretched out his hand and rummaged through the pile of blood pearls. Soon after, a blackened staff appeared in Venerable White's hand. It was unknown which material it was made of, but it seemed very hard and heavy. An embryonic form of a staff-type magical treasure. After refining it a bit, it would be possible to obtain a pretty good staff. Moreover, it's made of a very special material. I can guarantee that it would be very hard. Who wants it? Venerable White asked. Dharma King Creation raised his hand and said, "If no one needs it, I would like to have it." Senior White, you can keep looking and see how many treasures you can find. If the total number is somewhat low, I'll put on the table an equal number of spirit stones to compensate everyone's loss. Dharma King Creation sect, the Warring Buddha sect, had another worldwide famous technique aside from the Warring Buddha's true body, the world overturning staff technique. The material this rough staff was made of wasn't bad. After properly refining it, it would turn into a fine staff that would perfectly match Dharma King Creation style. Sure, you can take it. At the time, we'll calculate whether or not you have to compensate your fellow Taoists. Venerable White threw the rough staff toward Dharma King Creation. Venerable White continued to rummage through the pile and said, "A magical ring of the ice attribute. It should have the power to strengthen ice-type techniques. Cave Lord Snow Wolf, it's yours." Cave Lord Snow Wolf took the magical ring and grinned. Venerable White kept searching and said, "A thin red-colored piece of silk. Although I don't know what use it might have, it seems very suitable for Fairy Dongfang 6. Venerable White threw the red silk toward Fairy Dongfang. This red silk would surely look very good on her while she was dancing. Venerable White kept searching. Eh? These are medicinal materials. I think I've seen this herb before. It was called green, or cyan something. I don't remember its complete name, but I remember that one can produce a medicinal pill from it after adding some other materials. This pill can help one increase the chances to break through the bottleneck to the 6th stage realm. Northern River, you seem to need it. Take it. On the scene, only Northern River's loose cultivator was close to breaking through the 6th stage. Northern River's loose cultivator happily took the medicinal material. With this thing, his chances to break through would increase by at least 10%. Venerable White kept searching. A small defensive amulet. Oh? This item is somewhat strange. It's not bad, actually. It's a protective amulet that contains a little bit of luck. It can increase the luck of its owner by a certain degree. Who wants it? This thing was somewhat similar to the small dragon tail in Venerable White's possession. Me. I want it. Thrice reckless Mad Saber quickly raised his hand and took a deep breath. He felt that he had been very unlucky for the past few days and that everything was going wrong for him. Even today, he doomed himself with that slash from before. Therefore, if he could obtain an item that could increase his luck, regardless of its use, it would at least let him have some peace of mind. Hopefully, under the protection of this item, the hits of his fellow Taoists would hurt less. Good, you can take it. Venerable White threw the small defensive amulet toward Thrice Reckless. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Afterward, Venerable White kept pulling out treasures one after another. Medicinal materials, magical treasures, weapons, there were all sorts of items. Very soon, all the members of the 9 Provinces #1 group on the scene obtained a treasure. Even true Monarch White Crane, who did nothing the whole time, obtained 2 strange pieces of metal that could be used to forge weapons as a consolation prize. Dudu and Yu Jiajiao also received 2 small treasures. Yu Jiajiao received a pearl that increased the strength of water-type techniques, while Dudu received a black collar of unknown use. It just happened to be similar to the dog collar he was tricked into putting on before. Now then, I don't think cosmic demons are supposed to drop so many high-level items. True Monarch Yellow Mountain held his chin. In normal circumstance, one would be lucky if they could find 3, 4 magical treasures and some spirit stones on the body of a cosmic demon after killing it. Finding 6, 7 magical treasures was already a huge stroke of luck. In the last several hundred years, true Monarch Yellow Mountain didn't remember of any cosmic demon that had dropped 10 or more treasures. But right now, Venerable White had already found a great number of them, more than 50. Although it was a special variety of cosmic demon, the blood demon, and its strength was comparable to the 6th stage, it was still exaggerated that more than 50 treasures dropped from its body. Senior Yellow Mountain is also surprised. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple said. When Senior White took out the 16th treasure, I was already speechless. But then I thought to myself that it was about Venerable White, so no matter how many treasures he pulled out, it was completely reasonable and not in the least strange. Is it possible that Senior White is secretly taking out treasures from his spatial equipment and giving them to everyone? No matter how I look at it, 50 treasures are just too much. Where did this blood demon hide all those items? When the bright moon appears, also known as Scholar Drunken XXX said. Is it possible that this cosmic demon was previously a merchant or something similar to have so many treasures with it? Fellow Taoists, you're overthinking. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. At last, Venerable White pulled out a huge pile of spirit stones with all different sizes and types. Oh, it seems there are no more treasures. Only spirit stones are left. Such being the case, I'll keep the spirit stones. Right, there is still Shu Hang. Shu Hang, come here. Take some spirit stones as a consolation prize. After saying this much, Venerable White casually threw 3 spirit stones toward Song Shu Hang. Although Song Shu Hang hadn't participated in the battle and only acted as a spectator, there were cases where the onlookers received a share as well. It was something to rejoice about. Thank you, Senior White. Song Shu Hang took the 3 spirit stones with a smile. So, these were spirit stones? They felt soft to the touch when he squeezed them between his fingers. After looking at the spirit stones, Song Shu Hang immediately recalled the poisonous urchin warrior Sui Qianjun. Aside from the sea urchin warrior's 20 years of mandatory education manual, Song Shu Hang found 2 grotesque small stones on his body. They looked very similar to these spirit stones, albeit much smaller. Were they also spirit stones? I'll keep these blood pearls as well. I want to study them and see if they can be of any use. Venerable White waved his hand, making all the blood pearls and spirit stones on the ground disappear. It seemed he stored them away in his spatial equipment. After the pile of blood pearls disappeared, Venerable White discovered that there was another small thing on the ground. It was a bone-shaped object, its color deep red. Eh? There is also this thing? Venerable White picked the bone and looked at it for a while, not understanding what it was. What is this thing? I feel ripples of soul energy come from it. The people on the scene shook their heads. Strange items would often drop from the bodies of cosmic demons. A lot of cultivators had rare items in their hands, but didn't know their use and could only store them away. Perhaps this thing was also a treasure? Venerable White swung the red bone and turned his head toward Cave Lord Snow Wolf. Snow Wolf, it's a bone. Do you want it? Cave Lord Snow Wolf. He quickly shook his head. He was a snow wolf, not a snow dog. Oh, I asked the wrong person. I should have asked Dudu. Venerable White had a sudden realization and turned toward Dudu, saying, Dudu, this blood-red bone seems very good to chew. Do you want it? Woof 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 woof. No, I would prefer some pork-flavored dog food, was what Dudu wanted to say, but what came out was a series of weak barks. He was still muted by True Monarch Yellow Mountain and had yet to recover his voice. Thereupon, Dudu bared his teeth with a depressed look on his face and shook his head. Wah ha ha ha. Dudu is very cute when he can't speak. Dudu, if you were not to speak for the rest of your life, your cuteness would increase by at least 100 points. The nearby Thrice Reckless laughed loudly. Woof 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 tilde Dudu jumped and turned into a 3 meters long beast. Soon after, it dashed toward the baboon version Thrice Reckless and used his sharp teeth to bite on his head with lightning speed. But when Dudu put strength into his bite, he was unable to damage Thrice Reckless' head. Aha waha. Naive. Did you think I didn't prepare? No move can work on Thrice Reckless Mad Saber twice. I put up a very good defense around my head, it's too tough for you to break. Wah ha ha ha. Thrice Reckless laughed out loud once more. But halfway through his laughter, Dudu's saliva started to flow down, and since he was biting Thrice Reckless' head, it flowed directly on his face. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. Thrice Reckless quietly shot a glance at the defensive amulet hanging around his neck. Wasn't this gadget supposed to increase his luck? Or perhaps his luck had already a value of -1000 and this small amulet only added 1 point, hence having no effect. Venerable White asked around, but none of the fellow Taoists seemed interested in this red bone. Actually, many of them were interested in the bone, but they were too embarrassed to ask for it. After pulling out so many treasures, Venerable White only kept a bunch of spirit stones for himself. None of them had the courage to ask for the bone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 409, Song of the Stupid Yellow Mountain. Chapter 409, Song of the Stupid Yellow Mountain. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Such being the case, Shu Han can take the blood bone. Don't look down on it. Since it's something dropped by a cosmic demon, it's surely a high-level item. Since the fellow Taoists of the group don't want it, I might as well give it to you. Venerable White threw the blood-red bone toward Song Shu Han. It's very hard. If you decide to raise a puppy, you can give it to the puppy so that it can chew on it. Venerable White wasn't too interested in this strange object. Moreover, Senior White's treasure house was so full that he himself couldn't remember how many treasures he had, either. Even the treasure houses of some large sects couldn't be compared to that of Senior White's. Song Shu Han didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he received the red-colored bone. It was a treasure dropped by a cosmic demon, how could he give it to a puppy to chew on it? Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After the death of the blood demon, all the treasures were divided. The members of the group gathered together once more and started to discuss what they had learned from the battle earlier. Only a certain big white and a certain reckless guy were left out. The big white crane didn't seem to care. After all, it only cared about Venerable White. But thrice reckless Mad Saber was a very talkative person. Hence, he felt uneasy when he was left out. Just as they were chatting, True Monarch Yellow Mountain received a call. Soon after, he said to his fellow Taoists, I just received news that the medicinal pills are ready. Additionally, 400 hand-guided tractors will be soon delivered here. Do you guys need something else too? If you need something, say it now so that I can deliver everything in one go. He prepared so many hand-guided tractors so that the fellow Taoists of the group could carry out the modifications and enhancements more conveniently. After all, it was sure that there would be some failures during the modification process. Hence, True Monarch Yellow Mountain prepared several vehicles for each fellow Taoist, allowing them to fully display their creativity. Moreover, the tractors weren't that expensive. When he bought 350 of them, they gave him another 50 as a gift. Senior Yellow Mountain, prepare a few tools to carry out the modifications as well, some of the members of the group said. Can you get some writing brushes to engrave fine formations? Senior White's proposal was too sudden, and I couldn't prepare properly. I need a set of refining tools. The members of the group put forward their requests one after another. I understand. I'll tell the staff to prepare enough tools and send them here together with the tractors. True Monarch Yellow Mountain wrote down the requests. Aside from when he appeared in the group to coldly he at his fellow Taoists and used the great muting technique, True Monarch Yellow Mountain was an exemplary group founder. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. When the hand-guided tractor competition was mentioned, Venerable White's mood became excellent. Such being the case, I'll prepare the place where the competition will be held. Shu Han, come with me. On the way, we'll take a look at the illusory sword school too. Venerable White waved his hand at Song Shu Han. Since the sea urchin warriors wanted to destroy the illusory sword school, it was better to take a look at the situation. Sure, Song Shu Han replied. Then, he suddenly thought of another matter and said, Senior White, don't forget about Choo Choo and the others. Right. Doodoo, create an ordinary clone with your dog fur. Venerable White waved his hand at Doodoo. Then, after the technique affecting them is untied, use your dog fur clone to escort them back to the Chu family. Doodoo replied, woof 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 tilde? Speak properly, Venerable White said. True Monarch Yellow Mountain snapped his fingers, and the technique muting Doodoo temporarily disappeared. Dudu opened his mouth and started to sing. The fragrance of blooming flower baskets. Tilda, hear this song of mine. Tilda, come to the great yellow mountain. Tilda, it's a beautiful place with beautiful sceneries. Tilda, there are crops everywhere. Tilda, with a stupid yellow mountain all over the place. Tilda. True monarch. Yellow Mountain. Yellow Mountain stretched out his hand, getting ready to mute Dudu again. Dudu quickly shut his mouth and said in all seriousness, Senior White, an ordinary dog fur clone doesn't have too much combat strength. How about using a special one? There is no need. An ordinary one is more than enough, Venerable White said with a faint smile. What if the dog fur clone was too strong and managed to put on the run the guys trying to steal the sword technique? After saying this much, Venerable White told Song Shuhang to place the scroll of the sword technique on Choo Choo's body. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. When Choo Choo and the others woke up, they had confused expressions on their faces. How did they exactly fall asleep? It would be fine if only one or two fell asleep, but all of them? Was this the doing of these seniors? They didn't know if it was a misconception or not, but they felt their bodies full of energy when they woke up. They felt as though their bodies were purified and thus much stronger. Some of the disciples of the first stage felt that their apertures had loosened up a bit, becoming easier to open. Although they were sleeping while the seniors were discussing, the condensed spiritual energy of the world and the strange phenomena helped them quite a bit. In ancient times, when sages were explaining the way of heaven and earth, the listening disciples would obtain many benefits, and their cultivation realm would increase. It was what happened this time as well. Venerable White said to Choo Choo, little friend Choo Choo, that scroll contains part of your family's sword technique. You can bring it back to your family first. In the meantime, the others and I will stay here. After you're done dealing with what happened within your family, we'll come to your place as guests. Senior, I understand. Choo Choo quickly took the scroll of the sword technique. At the same time, Dudu's clone came over and put the severely injured Choo Choo on his back. Before leaving, Choo Chunying said sincerely, if any of you seniors need help from us disciples of the Choo family, you just have to ask. If so many seniors were gathered, it meant they were planning to do something. Therefore, if the disciples of the Choo family could help them and form a good relationship with them, it was not impossible that they could obtain great success if one of the seniors took a liking to them. True monarch Yellow Mountain shot a glance at Choo Chunying and smiled as he said, at the time, we might need the help of the disciples of the Choo family. We'll compensate you with either spirit stones or other things. Afterward, Dudu's clone carried Choo Choo and headed toward the Choo family with the remaining disciples. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Soon after, True Monarch Yellow Mountain activated a small palace-shaped magical treasure to provide lodgings for his fellow Taoists. At the same time, Venerable White carried Song Shuhang and headed toward the place where he decided to hold the hand-guided tractor competition in order to prepare the terrain. After all, an ordinary racetrack couldn't satisfy the need of cultivators. Venerable White had a lot of ideas in regards to the track where the tractors would race. He was planning to place traps, labyrinth-like sections, and other dangerous things on the track to make the race more exciting for cultivators. For example, explosions, explosions, and explosions. Or flying up, and flying up. In short, all sorts of stimulating attractions. On their way, they would conveniently glance at the situation of the illusory sword school and see what had happened between them and the sea urchin warriors. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Right at this time, the cultivators that wanted to spectate the battle with the Blood Demon, as well that Mr. Servant, arrived around the area where the grievance settling platform was held. Eh? Where is the Blood Demon? Was it killed already? Wasn't that Blood Demon a monster with the strength of the 6th stage? Even if the opponent was a powerful 6th stage True Monarch, they would take a long time to kill it, right? If the Blood Demon was killed, there must be something left behind, right? How come I can't see anything? Was it disintegrated directly? The group of cultivators looked from a certain distance toward the place where the grievance settling platform was held and that palace-shaped magical treasure on a side, not daring to approach. Just as they were discussing amongst themselves, the door of the palace opened. True Monarch White Crane stepped out, its face pure and holy. Eh? It seems a lot of people came here. True Monarch White Crane heartily laughed. It's Senior White Crane. Some of the cultivators recognized True Monarch White Crane. Aside from its cute look, True Monarch White Crane was also helping with development in the West. Therefore, it had a certain popularity in the world of cultivators. Male cultivators liked True Monarch White Crane because it would turn into a pretty woman if it were to fall in love with a male. Female cultivators liked True Monarch White Crane because it would turn into a handsome man if it were to fall in love with a female. Hence, there were a lot of its fans amongst the cultivators that had come here to spectate the battle. Aha waha! Ladies and gentlemen, you arrived late. The blood demon was already killed. But since you came here from far away and endured many hardships, Senior White prepared a small gift for you all. True Monarch White Crane smiled and waved its hand. Immediately after, a large number of blood pearls fell from the sky, and each cultivator received 2 of them. Venerable White left these blood pearls to True Monarch White Crane before leaving. In the past, whenever a cosmic demon was killed, the winner would leave behind the body of the blood demon so that low-level loose cultivators could benefit from it. But this time, the body of the blood demon was completely transformed into blood pearls. Hence, Venerable White prepared some blood pearls for these cultivators. After all, he had a lot of them. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Although they didn't know how to use these blood pearls, the cultivators could feel the pure spiritual energy within. This spiritual energy wasn't inferior to that of spirit stones. If they could extract it, these pearls would act as 2 high-level spirit stones. Thereupon, each cultivator expressed their gratitude to True Monarch White Crane and left. The puppets of that mister were also hidden inside the group. He likewise received a pair of blood pearls. When he got them, he felt the aura of the blood demon come from them. F*CK, it was really killed. The mister felt that he was on the verge of having a mental breakdown. Just how much time had passed before the blood demon was killed? Such being the case, his plan also failed. Without the blood demon causing trouble in the Chu family, how was he supposed to get the scroll from Chu Chu's hands? The mister rubbed his temples. But just as he was in deep thoughts, he saw a very interesting picture through another puppet. It was a picture from the puppet lying in ambush on the road linking the Chu family and the grievance settling platform. From the eyes of the puppet, he saw that Chu Chu, several other disciples of the Chu family, and a huge monster peeking east were heading toward the territory of the Chu family. At this time, Chu Chu was holding the last scroll of the sword technique in her hands. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 410, All the Scrolls are Gathered. Chapter 410, All the Scrolls are Gathered. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. The mister was overjoyed. At this time, he was 50 kilometers away from the Chu family. If he were to use that magical treasure that allowed one to move at the speed of the sound, he would reach the territory of the Chu family in around 3 minutes. It seems that the sword technique of the Chu family is fated to fall into my hands. The mister crawled out of the blood pond and stretched out his hand, waving it. Soon after, a ferocious black-colored beast came out from the depths of the cave. This wild beast had the appearance of a huge western dragon. It had the shape of a lizard with 2 curved horns on its head and 2 wings on its back. It was covered in scales and looked very fierce. However, this western dragon wasn't alive. It was merely a beast-shaped puppet capable of flight. Cultivators made use of such magical treasures to quickly reach their destinations. Spirit stones or similar source of energies were enough to activate this kind of treasures. The higher the quality of the spirit stone, the higher a speed the flying puppet would reach. The mister took out a blood-colored piece of jade from his chest, his expression aggrieved. It was the blood sea jade he refined following the instructions of a fragmentary refining manual he found in some ancient ruins. It was the same treasure young Master Hai wanted to use to replace the blood god crystal. The manufacturing process of the Blood Sea Jade wasn't much easier than the Blood God crystals. Moreover, Mr. needed to use 2 pieces of the Blood Sea Jade whenever using the star shifting formation. It was a painful experience each time. After clenching his teeth, he opened the cavity in the chest of the puppet and extracted the spirit stones inside, replacing them with the Blood Sea Jade. If he weren't in a hurry, he wouldn't have wasted the Blood Sea Jade like that. Unfortunately, the speed of the Black Dragon puppet would reach only half the speed of sound if he were to use normal spirit stones to operate it. Only after exchanging the source of energy into something purer and stronger like the Blood Sea Jade could the Black Dragon puppet reach the speed of sound or supersonic speed. After the Blood Sea Jade was placed inside its chest, 2 strange dots of red light appeared in the eyes of the Black Dragon. "Let's head toward the territory of the Chu family," the Mr. said in a grave tone as he jumped on the back of the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon flapped its wings and soared into the sky. A passage automatically opened in the ceiling of the cave, allowing the Black Dragon to pass through it and speed toward the Chu family. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Around 2 minutes later, the Black Dragon suddenly landed and stepped onto the ground with its sturdy hind legs, blocking the path of Chu Chu and the other disciples. "Who is it?" The disciples of the Chu family looked both at the dragon and the person riding it vigilantly. The strange Mr. coldly snorted and looked at Chu Chu. "Miss Chu Chu, we meet again." The corner of the Mr.'s mouth rose, his expression pleased. Question mark. Chu Chu. She didn't remember meeting his guy. The Mr. jumped from the dragon, and a small curved saber floated behind his back, intimidating the disciples of the Chu family in front of him. "I don't have time to waste with you guys. Give me that scroll with the sword technique. You can forget about it." Chu Chu held the scroll tightly. At the same time, one of the disciples next to her pulled out a thin rope-shaped object, planning to launch it into the sky to release a signal. They were already pretty close to the Chu family. If they were to release the signal now, the family leader and that powerful ancestor that fought on the grievance settling platform earlier would rush here as soon as possible. But the disciple had yet to give the signal when he felt a stabbing pain transmit from his shoulder. The small curved saber quietly chopped the arm he was planning to use to activate the signal. "As I said earlier, I don't have time to waste with you guys." The Mr. used an exquisite footwork and bypassed the various disciples of the Chu family, arriving next to Chu Chu. Then, he held her chin between his fingers and said, "Miss Chu Chu, this time you're not as calm as that time in the secret room. You disappointed me." Chu Chu. Now, she was clear about what happened. It seemed that this man met Song Shuhang when he posed as her. Just as they were speaking, the Mr. stretched out his hand and took the painting of the sword technique from the weak Chu Chu. "Miss Chu Chu, I'll take the scroll for now. If you hate me, come and find me." The corner of the Mr.'s mouth rose as he said to Chu Chu, "I'll wait for you and prepare a big welcoming ceremony. One day, I'll find you and kill you," Chu Chu said after clenching her teeth. "I'll wait for you, but you'll have only one opportunity to kill me. If you fail, obediently become my wife." The Mr. laughed and jumped on the back of the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon soared into the sky and broke the sound barrier, disappearing without a trace. The Mr. felt that the current Chu Chu wasn't as valiant as the last time when she managed to move his heart. Was it because of the different setting? Anyway, there was no time for that. The most important thing was that he had managed to reunite the 4 scrolls of the sword technique. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After the Mr. disappeared, Dudu's clone was speechless. This piece of trash actually dared to rob Chu Chu in my presence? If this dog god's main body was here, I would have bitten you to death. Senior sister Chu Chu, what now? That sword technique, it was stolen, the disciples of the Chu family said, flurried. First, stop Chu Bu's bleeding and carry him back to the family so that he can have his wound treated. As for the stolen sword technique, we'll take it back. Chu Chu took a deep breath and tried to calm down. Chu Gui, you're the fastest. Return to the family ahead of us and tell everything to the ancestor. With his strength of the 5th stage realm, he must have the means to catch up to that guy. Senior Sister Chu Chu, I understand. The guy named Chu Gui put the things he was carrying on his back down. Soon after, he dashed toward the Chu family at full speed. Chu Chu heaved a sigh. In the end, the complete version of the sword technique still fell into the hands of the enemy. Although Song Shuhang risked his life to get that portion of the sword technique back, it was still snatched away by the enemy. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Illusory Sword School. The Illusory Sword School lost the battle on the grievance settling platform, and their strongest elder, Zhen Yuanhai, lost an arm. As if that wasn't enough, they would have to give their signature technique, the Illusory Sword Scripture, to the Chu family as a compensation. The morale of the disciples was extremely low. Their heads hung low in dejection as they were lamenting from time to time. After returning to the school, Zhen Yuanhai didn't utter a word and directly went into secluded meditation to recover from his injury. After comforting the disciples, the school head Shuzheng returned to his dwelling all alone. Once he returned to his dwelling, the disappointed expression on his face immediately disappeared. He cautiously took out his phone and looked at the last message that received from that Mr. The plan succeeded. Although it was just a short message, it made him feel extremely relieved. So what if the Chu family won the battle on the grievance settling platform? After all, their sword technique was still stolen in the end. Now, he only had to wait for that powerful Mr. to contact him so that they could study the sword technique of the Chu family together. He had been stuck in the third stage realm for quite some time since the Illusory Sword Scripture wasn't profound enough. As long as he could get his hands onto the sword technique of the Chu family, his strength would reach new heights. Let alone the fourth stage realm, perhaps he could even condense a golden core and reach the fifth stage, gaining a lifespan of 1,000 years. After restraining his excitement, Shuzheng sent a message to the Mr. What do I have to do now that the plan has succeeded? Very soon, that Mr. replied, Fellow Daoist Shuzheng seems really impatient. In a while, I'll send 6 of my servants to your Illusory Sword School to deliver you a jade talisman. With that talisman, you'll be able to find my position. At the time, we can study the sword techniques of the Chu family together and increase our strength. After receiving the message, Shuzheng heaved a huge sigh of relief. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Soon after, 2 of the servants of that Mr., as well as 4 strange guys shrouded in black clothes and with many needles sticking out of their heads, came to visit the Illusory Sword School. Shuzheng quickly welcomed the 6 guests in his private courtyard, receiving them very cordially. The 2 servants didn't waste time. One of the 2 took out a box of jade from his clothes and delivered it to Shuzheng as soon as he entered the courtyard. In the rear, one of the strange spiky guys cupped his fists and said in a muffled voice, Fellow Daoist Shuzheng, Mr. told us to deliver this box of jade to you. Please accept it and examine the contents. If there are no problems, we'll take our leave. Shuzheng smiled and nodded. Then, he opened the box in front of the 2 servants and 4 guys in black clothes. But when he opened the box, there was no jade talisman inside. On the contrary, a strange fog came out of the box and quickly filled the entire courtyard and kept spreading beyond, as though it wanted to cover the whole Illusory Sword School. Eh? Shuzheng opened his eyes wide. What about the jade talisman? Where was the talisman? Soon after, his head started to feel dizzy. What's happening? Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. He, both stupid and greedy. The spiky guy that spoke earlier evilly grinned. Then, he turned around and said to the 2 servants, as per the agreement, we see urchin warriors will take the true blood of the people of the Illusory Sword School. As for their bodies, we'll leave them behind so that your master can use them to refine the blood sea jade, all right? The 2 servants slightly nodded. Get into action, sea urchin children. Collect all that's true blood, and don't let a single human cultivator escape, the spiky guys bellowed. Along with his roar, more than 500 sea urchin warriors that were hiding in the surroundings of the Illusory Sword School showed themselves, starting to kill the people of the Illusory Sword School while borrowing the cover of the fog. With the fog covering the place, the disciples of the Illusory Sword School were in the same situation as the guys from the Chu family back then. They just had to inhale a bit of it to get dizzy and lose consciousness. The sea urchin warriors rushed into the fog and killed all the cultivators of the illusory sword school they met. Then, they pierced their bodies with their needles, extracting the true blood from the bodies. In the meantime, the sea urchin warrior that spoke in a muffled voice arrived in front of Xu Zheng. Why? Xu Zheng roared. With his cultivation of the third stage realm, he didn't immediately faint under the effect of the fog. But he felt his whole body weak. Why was his dear friend Mr. trying to kill him? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 11, R. Pew tilde. Chapter for 11, R. Pew tilde. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Xu Zheng recalled the day he met Mr. 2 years ago. 2 years ago, he brought the elite disciples of the illusory sword school into some ancient ruins. There, they chanced upon a powerful and ferocious beast that chased them. The wild beast was very strong, and in the blink of an eye, it killed more than half of the disciples of the illusory sword school. Even Xu Zheng himself suffered severe injuries and almost lost his life. Right at that time, the powerful Mr. appeared and chased the ferocious beast away, saving the lives of Xu Zheng and the remaining disciples of the illusory sword school. After he saved his life, Xu Zheng came to know the powerful Mr. In the next 2 years, both he and the illusory sword school received a lot of help from the Mr. The two of them quickly became friends. And now, that same Mr. wanted to kill him and destroy the illusory sword school. Why? Because you are useless. One of the servants shot a glance at Xu Zheng and said in a robot-like voice, everything in the world has a certain value. And you, fellow Dao Xu Zheng, have already given me everything you could, exhausting your value. Actually, you can still be of use to me. I'll use you and the people of the illusory sword school to create another Blood Sea Jade, turning all of you into resources. Although it was just one of the servants speaking, the tone was clearly that of the mysterious Mr. Xu Zheng roared, were you deceiving me all along? Yes. I'm happy that you were able to understand it at last, the servant continued. Laying down the truth in front of you right before your death, making you truly despair, as a swindler, nothing makes me more happy than this. For a whole 2 years, he was able to deceive the head of a school of cultivators and make him run in circles. From beginning to end, he had him under his control. This meant that his ability to swindle others had increased quite a bit. It was something that made him even happier than advancing in realm. You aren't the first person I swindled and you won't be the last, hence, you don't need to feel bad about it, the servant continued. What's the point of wasting breath with someone that is about to die? The leader of the sea urchin warriors strangely laughed. Then, he stretched out his hand and extracted a needle from his leg, ruthlessly piercing Xu Zheng with it. It was a special needle that started to extract the true blood in Xu Zheng's body after stabbing him. True blood wasn't ordinary fresh blood, and it wasn't the blood essence cultivators possessed either. Even the Mr. didn't know what sea urchin warriors meant when talking about true blood, but it was bound to be something found inside blood, right? Xu Zheng clenched his teeth and endured the pain. Don't get ahead of yourself, this is the territory of the illusory sword school, since you used vicious tactics, don't blame for doing the same. Although the illusory sword school was just a small school, it still had its defensive formation. In the capacity of the school head, Xu Zheng had the means to activate the defensive barrier even in his weakened state. Right at this time, both the sea urchin warriors and the two servants were inside the illusory sword school and thus in the range of the formation. All of you, die! Xu Zheng didn't hesitate and immediately activated the defensive barrier. A burst of spiritual energy spread out, covering the whole illusory sword sect. This sudden burst of spiritual energy came from the spirit stones inside the treasure house. Ordinary spirit stones were usually stored inside the treasure house, and in times of need, the spiritual energy inside would be extracted by the formation, flowing out of the treasure house through the hidden channels. The spiritual energy flowed like water and changed into terrifying sword chi under the effects of the defensive formation, getting ready to kill all the people inside the sect that weren't members of the Illusory Sword School. He. The leader of the Sea Urchin Warriors laughed and allowed Xu Zheng to activate the formation. On the outside, the sect protecting formation activated. Sword chi numbering in the thousands appeared in the sky and hovered above the Illusory Sword School, both thick and thin as well as long and short, ready to kill all the intruders. It felt as though myriad swords were about to rain from the sky, truly a magnificent scene. Although it was just a small school, the Illusory Sword School had a few tricks up its sleeve. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. However, the swords didn't attack the intruding Sea Urchin warriors who were currently killing the disciples of the Illusory Sword School. Xu Zheng could induce the state of the defensive formation through a special technique. At this time, he was dumbfounded. Why? Why isn't the defensive formation attacking the enemies? You must be confused, right? No need to be this surprised, the servant said once more in a stiff voice. In these 2 years, I secretly studied the defensive formation of the Illusory Sword School. The disciples of the Illusory Sword School are secretly branded after they joined the school. The function of this mark is to allow the defensive formation to tell between friends and foes once it's activated. A rather old-style model if you ask me. After knowing how it worked, cracking the defensive formation of your sect was rather easy. After all, fudging the system that differentiates between friends and foes isn't difficult. Right now, all the Sea Urchin warriors that entered the defensive formation have the same mark as the disciples of the Illusory Sword School. Therefore, they are treated as friends by the formation and not as enemies. There is nothing too complicated about that. Xu Zheng opened his eyes wide and pointed his trembling finger toward the servant. Are you done with the explanations? If you're done, it's time to finish this up. The leader of the Sea Urchin warriors extracted the needle from Xu Zheng's body. After losing all his true blood, Xu Zheng became even weaker. Now, he didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. Yes. Leave the rest to us, the servant said in a robot-like voice. Then, he took a step forward and pierced Xu Zheng's chest with his hand. His hand was like a straw, and after a few seconds, he extracted all the blood from Xu Zheng's body, turning him into a mummified corpse. The school head of the Illusory Sword School was dead. Let's go. Since both the Chu family and those powerful cultivators have yet to notice our actions, let's activate the sacrifice offering formation to condense the blood sea jade, the 2 servants said to the Sea Urchin warriors. Unfortunately, the blood demon died ahead of time. Otherwise, he would have led it here at the Illusory Sword School and made it kill these Sea Urchin warriors together with the disciples of the Illusory Sword School. Although it was going to swallow down the corpses of the Sea Urchin warriors, the Mister still had the means to retrieve most of their bodies from the stomach of the blood demon. With that, he could have refined even more blood sea jades. However, he didn't expect that a blood demon of the 6th stage would be such a trash and die in just a few minutes. Whatever, this time, he had no choice but to let these Sea Urchin warriors live. The next time, he would surely turn them into blood sea jade. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In that smelted cave 50 kilometers away from the Chu family. The Mister opened his eyes. For the time being, he had no further instructions for the 2 puppets inside the Illusory Sword School. Once the Sea Urchin warriors were done killing the people inside the school, he would control the puppets again and activate the sacrifice offering formation, turning everyone into blood sea jade. It's time for the main event. The Mister took the scroll of the sword technique from the Black Dragon. Soon after, a servant came out of the smelted cave, bringing with him the remaining 3 scrolls. With the help of the puppet, the Mister unfurled Li Tuansu's for huge paintings. The Mister had an excited expression on his face. Next, he took out from his clothes 2 tubes of fresh blood. It was the blood of the traitorous disciples of the Chu family. The door hiding the secret of immortality is about to open, the Mister muttered in a low voice and splashed the blood of the 2 traitors above the paintings. In the next moment, the canvases lit up and emanated light in all directions. Ooh, this feeling. As expected, the blood of the direct descendants of the Chu family was the key to the secret hiding in the paintings, the Mister said excitedly. As he saw it, the doors of immortality were about to open for him. The fifth stage spiritual emperor realm? TSK. Let alone that, even the sixth, seventh, and eighth stages weren't much. He was very ambitious and aimed to become an immortal. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. In the meantime, Song Shuhang and Venerable White flew for a long time and finally managed to find the illusory sword school with much difficulty. Not asking about the position of the illusory sword school before leaving was a big mistake. When they arrived in the airspace of the illusory sword school, they saw three familiar figures standing on top of a huge cloud-like magical treasure hovering above the illusory sword school. These three figures were precisely Venerable Spirit Butterfly, Soft Feather, and Liu Jiani. Eh? Those are Venerable Spirit Butterfly and Soft Feather, Song Shuhang said. What were they doing in this place? Senior Song. Soft Feather cheerfully called out as soon as she saw Song Shuhang, waving at him. As expected, bald-headed edition Senior Song was very amusing. When she saw Song Shuhang's familiar kind-looking features, Soft Feather felt a warm feeling. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Venerable White descended on the cloud together with Song Shuhang. On the cloud, Venerable Spirit Butterfly turned his head around and said to Venerable White, "Fellow Daoist White?" Venerable White faintly smiled at Venerable Spirit Butterfly and said, "Fellow Daoist. Spirit Butterfly, how are you?" One was an extremely handsome man that no one dared to approach, while the other was like an immortal banished to the mortal world and didn't seem to belong to this world. Although the two had communicated through letters before, it was their first time meeting face to face. Fellow Daoist White is interested in these sea urchin warriors as well? Venerable Spirit Butterfly asked. Venerable White shook his head and said, "I was going toward a place with little friend Song Shuhang and decided to pass here while at it." Then, eh? Fellow Daoist White, what happened? Venerable Spirit Butterfly asked in puzzlement. "I was careless earlier and messed up while engraving some runes." Venerable White held his chin. Question mark. Song Shuhang. Question mark. Soft Feather. Question mark. Liu Jiani. Question mark. Venerable Spirit Butterfly. Just as everyone was confused, Venerable White shot up into the sky with a pew tilde. His speed was extremely fast, and he turned into a small black dot in the blink of an eye. Fellow Daoist Spirit Butterfly, I'll return in a while. I hope you'll take care of little friend Song Shuhang in the Miantimi tilde. Tiny tilde Venerable White's last syllable echoed throughout the sky. Venerable White had flown away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 412, Scattering Sword Chi. Chapter 412, Scattering Sword Chi. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. What is fellow Daoist White trying to do? Venerable Spirit Butterfly asked in puzzlement. Soft Feather and Liu Jiani curiously looked at Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang rubbed his temples. After pondering for a moment, he thought of a possibility. Venerable White engraved the disposable Song Shuhang 1S edition on the scroll of the sword technique earlier, right? Is it possible that something went wrong with the 1S edition and instead of bringing that mister over here, it was Venerable White that got pew tilde away? However, the disposable Song Shuhang 1S edition is something that Venerable White himself created. Therefore, he should be able to easily stop it if he wanted to, right? Did he decide against stopping it as not to waste this opportunity? Senior Song, what game was Venerable White playing? Soft Feather asked out of curiosity. I'm not sure either, Song Shuhang said. Perhaps he went to catch a certain person. It should be that guy we met in the secret room of the Chu family. Oh? Fellow Daoist White is also interested in that guy? Such being the case, we better speed things up. I'm also very interested in him and his teleportation technique. Venerable Spirit Butterfly heartily laughed. Perhaps it was time to lit a candle for that mister. He could die without regrets now that he had managed to draw the attention of two venerables at the same time. Senior Spirit Butterfly, why are you here at the Illusory Sword School? Song Shuhang asked. Earlier, he thought that Venerable Spirit Butterfly and Soft Feather had gone to meet the other seniors. He didn't expect that he would find them here at the Illusory Sword School. When the nearby Liu Jianyi heard these words, he forced a smile. Then, he quickly explained the situation to Song Shuhang. Earlier, when the lessons finished and he left school, when the battle on the grievance settling platform finished, Liu Jianyi quietly followed the two fifth-stage spiritual emperors that helped the Illusory Sword School to beat them up. After beating them up and taking some pictures as a souvenir, he decided to return to the grievance settling platform. However, something unexpected happened on the way back. 30 sea urchin warriors of the fourth stage screamed like madmen and charged toward him, blocking his way. The reason was probably the mark of the sea urchin slayer on Jianyi's body. The fact that the sea urchin warriors wanted to kill him wasn't such a big deal. After all, they were sea urchin warriors of the fourth stage, and Liu Jianyi could kill them after using his full strength. Aside from the racial ability to hold extreme grudges, sea urchin warriors had developed a powerful taunting ability due to the sea urchin warriors' 20 years of mandatory education manual. After finding Liu Jianyi, they started to recite their usual sentences. Arrogant fellow, you unexpectedly dared to kill another sea urchin warrior. If you obediently let us cut your head off, we'll forgive your family members, not only you, even your family members and the people related to you, as well as the members of your sect, will be killed. Liu Jianyi secretly heaved a sigh and prepared to reveal his strength of the fifth stage realm to kill these guys. But just as he was about to make his move, a red-colored spirit butterfly suddenly appeared next to the 30 sea urchin warriors. The spirit butterfly lightly bumped into the bodies of the sea urchin warriors, and in the next moment, they all changed into fireworks, exploding and lighting up the sky with beautiful lights. Immediately after, Venerable Spirit Butterfly appeared out of nowhere while maintaining a straight expression on his face. Next to him was also an overjoyed Soft Feather. Although he considered Liu Jianyi a sluggard, he was still someone that Venerable Spirit Butterfly trained since he was a kid. Even though the sloth cancer of this disciple of his made his liver ache, he still considered him as a member of his family. Therefore, how could Venerable Spirit Butterfly not be angry when the sea urchin warrior said things such as, we'll kill your family, destroy your sect, kill all the people related to you, and so on. Today, it was already the second time that someone said they would kill his family, hence, Venerable Spirit Butterfly made his move and immediately killed the sea urchin warriors. Then, he brought Soft Feather and Liu Jianyi along as he followed the traces of the sea urchin warriors, stopping in the airspace of the Illusory Sword School. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After hearing this much, Song Shuhang wiped the sweat from his forehead. He felt that it was already a miracle that a race such as the sea urchin warriors managed to survive until now. Was it possible that they were a race with an incredible reproductive capacity? After laying the eggs, they would mature in 1 year, and each nest had like 100 eggs with a survival rate of over 90%. At this time, Soft Feather happily said, Senior Song, Senior Song. When Venerable White shot up in the sky earlier, was that the disposable meteor sword? Miss Soft Feather's interests were somewhat different than other people's. It wasn't the disposable meteor sword. That one should be even more exciting, Song Shuhang replied. Even Senior 7 screamed with all his might when he shot up into the sky with the coiling flight feature. Then, what's the name of the disposable flying sword Senior White used to fly away? Soft Feather looked at Song Shuhang with her bright eyes full of curiosity. It should be called a 1S edition Redot. Song Shuhang forced a smile. As for the full name, he wouldn't say it even if he were beaten to death. Magnificent! Soft Feather sighed with emotion and said, I really wish I could try the disposable meteor sword too. The nearby Venerable Spirit Butterfly smiled at this daughter and said, Soft Feather, I've already analyzed the principle behind the disposable meteor sword. Once we return to the Spirit Butterfly Island, I'll manufacture a flying sword with a similar feature just for you. Good, good. Soft Feather continued. However, I still want to try Senior White's disposable meteor sword. When we meet him in a while, I have to ask him to give me another gift. All the seniors in the group managed to fly happily, but unfortunately, I couldn't receive my gift in time. The corner of Venerable Spirit Butterfly's mouth twitched. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Venerable White developed the disposable meteor sword series as a punishment. How would Senior White react if Softfeather were to treat it as something fun and enjoy it? After thinking this much, Song Shuhang was really looking forward to seeing the scene. Cough, wait a moment. Softfeather completely sidetracked them from the topic. Since he arrived at the Illusory Sword School, should he take a look at the situation? Had the Sea Urchin warriors already started to kill the members of the Illusory Sword School? After thinking this much, Song Shuhang moved toward the edge of the cloud and cautiously looked downward. There was no guardrail on the edge of the cloud, hence he didn't feel too safe. Someday in the future, when he could ride a flying sword, he would get one that was as big as a door and had a railing on all sides, even above if necessary. He would feel much safer with that. After looking in the direction of the Illusory Sword School, Song Shuhang furrowed his brows. A thick layer of fog covered the whole Illusory Sword School, and it was impossible to tell what was going on inside. After seeing this layer of fog, Song Shuhang recalled the strange soporiferous fog in the core area of the Chu family. Therefore, he asked, Senior Spirit Butterfly, did the Sea Urchin warriors start to attack the Illusory Sword School? Yes, they already started. That dense fog suddenly appeared and knocked out many of the disciples of the Illusory Sword School. The Sea Urchin warriors seized the opportunity and killed them. However, some of the disciples were able to react in time and took some countermeasures. They're currently fighting against the Sea Urchin warriors inside the mist, Venerable Spirit Butterly replied. They already started? Such being the case, aren't you going to intervene? Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. Wasn't Venerable Spirit Butterfly planning to kill all the Sea Urchin warriors? I'll wait until the Illusory Sword School and the Sea Urchin warriors are finished with their battle, Venerable Spirit Butterfly replied. Given his strength, he didn't really need to wait for both parties to weaken themselves before taking care of the Sea Urchin warriors, right? Song Shuhang was confused at first, but very soon, he remembered something. From a certain point of view, the Illusory Sword School was the enemy of Softfeather's good friend, Chu Chunying. As expected, Venerable Spirit Butterfly continued and said, Little friend Shuhang, there is some friendship between the Chu family and me, and Softfeather has a good relationship with a girl that lives there. Since the Illusory Sword School antagonized the Chu family, the fact that I'm only acting as a bystander should be already good enough for them. Therefore, I'll by no means intervene to help them. That's why everyone says that I fuss over every single detail. When he said the last sentence, Venerable Spirit Butterfly had a very satisfied look on his face. Song Shuhang. Senior, saying that you fuss about every single detail is hardly a compliment. Is it really all right for you to be so proud of it? Song Shuhang stretched his neck and tried to look toward the mist-covered Illusory Sword School. Since Venerable Spirit Butterfly had no intention to make his move, the Illusory Sword School seemed to be doomed. Eh? Father, is that why we are standing here and watching the battle amongst the Sea Urchin warriors and the Illusory Sword School? Softfeather immediately understood what was going on after hearing her father's words. Father, please stop acting as a bystander and take care of them already. Once these sea urchins are taken care of, we can follow behind Senior White. I think it will be much more interesting down there, and moreover, the Illusory Sword School already lost the battle on the grievance settling platform and isn't a threat to the Chu family anymore. After hearing these words, Venerable Spirit Butterfly smiled and nodded. What Softfeather said is reasonable. Such being the case, let's take care of the Sea Urchin warriors below. Song Shuhang. Senior Spirit Butterfly, didn't you just say that you will by no means intervene to help them? Where did your by no means go? Perhaps, the Illusory Sword School might survive this calamity? Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Venerable Spirit Butterfly moved toward the edge of the rosy cloud. The wind blew and made his long robe flutter. No matter from which angle you looked, he looked handsome. Soon after, he said to his disciple Liu Jiani, Jiani, watch closely. What I'm about to display next is another transformation of our Spirit Butterfly sword technique. It's completely different than the Butterfly Phoenix transformation. A good teacher would seize each opportunity to teach his students. After saying this much, Venerable Spirit Butterfly used his finger as a sword and slashed in the direction of the illusory sword school, releasing a stream of sword chi. The sword chi transformed into a huge spirit butterfly. The wings of the butterfly were imbued with sword chi. Scatter! Venerable Spirit Butterfly lightly shouted. In the next moment, the huge spirit butterfly started to split, changing into countless small butterflies that filled the sky. Each butterfly was made of sharp sword chi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 13, Dying While Transforming. Chapter for 13, Dying While Transforming. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. In the illusory sword school, the sea urchin warriors went on a killing spree. They only needed casual attacks to kill the unconscious disciples of the illusory sword school. Even those disciples that were valiantly fighting back couldn't show their full strength due to the strange fog. At this time, they could only use 60% of their strength and were thus no match for the sea urchin warriors. This time, we'll be able to collect a lot of true blood. Once we offer it to His Highness the Sea King, he'll be very happy and bestow even more power to us sea urchin warriors, making us even stronger, the sea urchin warrior in charge of collecting this true blood said happily. But right at this time, countless multicolored butterflies swarmed into the fog, changing the whole illusory sword school into a valley of butterflies. It looked incredibly beautiful. When the sea urchin warriors saw the butterflies, they immediately got vigilant. Butterflies? Where did they come from? A toxic fog was filling the whole area, and small creatures like butterflies would immediately die after coming in contact with it. However, these multicolored butterflies were happily dancing in the airspace of the illusory sword school without being affected at all. It was very strange. At this time, one of the sea urchin warriors extracted his pointed needle from his body and stabbed toward a nearby butterfly. However, his attack was useless. It was skillfully dodged before it could even reach the butterfly. The attack of this sea urchin warrior gave birth to a chain reaction. In the next moment, all the butterflies filling the sky started to move and changed into countless lights, simultaneously slitting the throats of the sea urchin warriors. Fresh blood splattered, and the multicolored butterflies flapped their wings, happily dancing in the sky. The sea urchin warriors below were all decapitated, and their bodies loudly fell to the ground. At this time, their eyes were still filled with an incredulous look. Aside from the leader of the sea urchin warriors, who was standing in Xu Zheng's courtyard and was thus far from the rest, all the remaining sea urchin warriors that invaded the illusory sword school were killed. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the sky, Song Shuhang looked at Venerable Spirit Butterfly's powerful attack and sighed with emotion. He didn't expect that sword chi could be split up like that and used in such a way. Venerable Spirit Butterfly was worthy of being an existence of the venerable rank. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Inside Xu Zheng's room, the leader of the sea urchin warriors who just survived the calamity bellowed, "What's happening?" Indeed, what was happening? Where did these fearful butterflies come from? They managed to behead all the sea urchin warriors in just one blow. Then, he thought of a possibility. He swiftly turned his head around and stared at the Mister's two servants. It was you. Since the beginning, the leader of the sea urchin warriors was somewhat wary of this Mister. He was vicious and capable of doing anything. Moreover, the tricks he used were rather eccentric. As the leader of the sea urchins saw it, only this Mister could have made these strange butterflies appear in this place. Truly infuriating. At first, he thought that they could maintain an each takes what they need a relationship since there was no conflict of interest among them, but he didn't expect that this guy would still make a move against them. "If I were to say that it wasn't my doing, would you believe me?" the puppet said in a robot-like voice. The Mister was still inside the smelted cave, examining those for paintings. When he splashed the blood of the disciple of the Chu family on them, they started to emanate a blinding light. But after that, they didn't react at all. Therefore, the Mister was a bit confused, and right at that time, he induced through the puppet that something strange was happening inside the illusory sword school. The Mister furrowed his brows. Although he wanted to kill the sea urchin warriors and turn them into the foundation of the Blood Sea Jade, what happened earlier wasn't his doing. Damn it! As expected, it was your doing. Just wait and see. Since you provoked us sea urchin warriors, we'll definitely kill your family, the leader of the sea urchin warriors bellowed. The Mister in the smelted cave was speechless. Without waiting for him to explain further, the mad sea urchin warrior brutally punched the two puppets. The puppets were only there to operate the sacrifice offering formation, and didn't have any fighting capacity. Therefore, how could they resist someone that had the strength of the fourth stage? After a few punches, the bodies of the puppets were full of holes and fresh blood gushed out. With the servants dying, the contact between the illusory sword school and the Mister was cut off. F*CK, the Mister said gloomily. Then, he looked once more at the 4 scrolls in front of him. Damn it! Just wait until I discover the secret hidden in these scrolls, then, I'll turn all these sea urchin warriors into Blood Sea Jade. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After destroying the two puppets, the leader of the sea urchin warriors clenched his teeth. If that Mister was thinking of taking care of him with those butterflies, he was too naive. He still had a final secret technique to preserve his life. Right now, the surrounding area was filled either with the branding blood his companions left behind or the true blood they gathered earlier. With these two things around, it was all good. With the secret technique, the leader of the sea urchin warriors could use the branding blood of his companions as a sacrificial altar to offer the true blood to the mysterious and powerful Sea King. Thanks to the offering, he could obtain a formidable power from the Sea King. Since there was a lot of true blood around, the quantity of power he would receive would also be very large. Unfortunately, using this method would waste a lot of true blood, and wasn't as effective as carrying out the offering on a real altar in the depths of the sea. But at this time, he had no time for such thoughts. The leader of the sea urchin warriors got ready to activate the secret technique. He took out a deluxe edition of the Sea Urchin Warriors 20 Years of Mandatory Education Manual from his clothes and flipped through it, starting to recite the text on a certain page. This paragraph was written with special characters and wasn't in human language. The leader of the Sea Urchin Warriors started to read this paragraph about sacrificial offerings in a high and resounding voice. After receiving the strength of the Great Sea King, he would go to the place where that Mister was hiding and kill him, avenging his comrades. While carrying out the transaction with that Mister earlier, he secretly left a mark on his body so that he could find his position at any time. Sea Urchin Warriors mustn't be trifled with. The branding blood of his dead companions became the base of the sacrificial altar, and the true blood they collected with much difficulty became the sacrificial offering. Come forth, strength of the Great Sea King. The leader of the Sea Urchin Warriors raised his hands toward the sky. Very soon, he felt the Great Sea King answering to his offering. Come, come, come! The Great Sea King accepted his offering of true blood and bestowed upon him his power. The leader of the Sea Urchin Warriors felt his body was full of energy. The power was endlessly pouring inside his body and strengthening him. Thereupon, he exited Xu Zheng's courtyard with large strides and looked at the sky filled with butterflies. The ground was still littered with the corpses of his companions. Come, come, come! I'll tear that bastard to shreds! The eyes of the leader of the sea urchins were bloodshot. He raised the Sea Urchin Warriors 20 Years of Mandatory Education Manual toward the sky and shouted at the butterflies in the sky, "The Great Sea King bestowed upon me his power. Battle transformation!" Immediately after, the deluxe edition of the Sea Urchin Warriors 20 Years of Mandatory Education Manual started to emit a dazzling light, resonating with the blood splattered all around. Next, a strange power appeared out of nowhere and fell onto the body of the leader of the Sea Urchin Warriors. His clothes were wrapped by the strange power and changed into what resembled a light. At the same time, he assumed a series of strange poses. It seemed he was using these poses to adapt to the power of the Great Sea King and carry out the battle transformation. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. High up in the sky, on the rosy cloud. Eh? It seems he is trying to transform? Soft Feather said. She knew that many cultivators with special bloodlines could transform while facing a deadly situation. Sea urchin warriors possessed the bloodline of monster sea urchins. Was it possible that they could transform into huge sea urchins? Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang gazed at the leader of the sea urchin warriors, who was currently assuming all those weird poses. Considering that his clothes had changed into light as well, the whole scene was rather blinding. Even a spectator such as him was feeling an incredible sense of shame while watching this scene unfold. Just how mentally strong was the leader of the sea urchin warriors to assume all those cringy poses as though it was nothing? Luckily, there wasn't any mysterious music playing in the background. Otherwise, other than his eyes going blind, his ears might have gone deaf too. He is the last one left. Do you want to wait for him to complete the transformation? Venerable Spirit Butterfly asked. You can do as you please. By the way, teacher, what is this Sea King that guy mentioned? Liu Jianyi said. Venerable Spirit Butterfly replied, I have no idea, but it might be some powerful aboriginal deity. Song Shuhang added, Senior, I feel that I can't keep watching this show. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. In truth, even the state of mind of the leader of the sea urchin warriors below was in shambles. What's happening? Why hasn't the power of the Great Sea King allowed me to carry out the transformation? Earlier, as long as he performed the ceremonial dance 3 times, the power of the Great Sea King would pour inside his body and create a powerful armor of blood all around him. But now, he had already performed the dance a few times, and the power of the Sea King had indeed started to pour inside his body. How come he couldn't complete the last step and condense the blood armor? Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. In the sky, Venerable Spirit Butterfly said straightforwardly, I'm also finding it difficult to bear. Such being the case, let's kill him. Then, he stretched out his finger, and tens of butterfly-shaped sword chi slashed toward the sea urchin warrior. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. The butterfly-shaped sword chi pierced the body of the sea urchin warrior, directly penetrating his light clothing. Aya, the leader of the sea urchin warriors, called out pitifully. What was happening? With the help of the blood armor, he would have been able to defend against these butterflies. Was it possible that the power of the Sea King was delayed because they were on land and the offering wasn't thoroughly prepared? Ah! Just as he was screaming, a pool of blood formed beneath his body. He was unwilling, very unwilling. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 14, The Eyeball of the Sea King. Chapter 14, The Eyeball of the Sea King. Translator, Stardew 5T Editor, Karisu. The dense fog covering the illusory sword school was dispersed by Venerable Spirit Butterfly's sword chi, which allowed Song Shuhang to see everything happening below clearly. Is he dead? Asked Song Shuhang. Liu Jianyi replied, Indeed. Dead both in soul and body, he couldn't be more dead than this. Venerable Spirit Butterfly's fingers moved slightly, causing the sword chi in the form of butterflies that filled the airspace above the illusory sword school to dissipate and disappear without a trace. It's over, let's go, we need to go to fellow Daoist White and find that interesting guy. Suddenly, Soft Feather called out, Eh? Father, the guy below is still transforming. Actually, Soft Feather's reminder was unnecessary. Venerable Spirit Butterfly and Liu Jianyi already noticed the change below. The leader of the sea urchin warriors that was clearly dead and had already stopped breathing suddenly stood up from the pool of blood. To put it more accurately, it wasn't the leader himself that got up, a surge of energy that came out of nowhere supported his body, allowing it to move about like a puppet attached to a string. Immediately after, the branding blood, and then true blood gathered, flowing in the direction of the sea urchin warrior leader's corpse. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Song Shuhang asked curiously, could it be that he survived? Liu Jianyi shook his head. Even his soul was destroyed by Teacher's sword chi, so he can't be any more dead. Perhaps that transformation was delayed for some reason and is only starting now? Soft Feather's interest was immediately piqued. He's transforming. I'm really curious what he's going to transform into. As Shu Hang and company were speaking, the branding blood and the true blood on the ground of the illusory sword school transformed into streams of blood, twisting around the body of the leader of the sea urchin warriors. In the blink of an eye, the streams of blood intertwined into an exquisite red full-body armor, tightly wrapping the body of the leader of the sea urchin warriors within it. It looked majestic. The remaining streams of blood were gathered on his back, transforming into a blood-red cape. Transformation complete! The corpse of this sea urchin warrior had both hands placed at its waist and was currently in the horse martial stance. Afterward, under the effect of the strange energy, it executed 2 punches. If he hadn't made those embarrassing, strange movements during the transformation, he would have looked really cool in this armor. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. The transformation is complete? He looks rather cool. Soft Feather stared at the cool-looking leader of the sea urchin warriors and said, "Can he move? This fellow can continue fighting?" Song Shuhang also asked out of curiosity. Liu Jianyi replied, "He shouldn't be able to. I guess, if he could continue fighting even after dying, that would be too awesome. Just think about it. If he didn't need to do anything and could make use of the transformation and continue fighting even after death, then wouldn't it mean that Liu Jianyi could borrow the power of the transformation as well as do all kinds of things while asleep? It would definitely be a good tool to slack off, wouldn't it? Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash." Unfortunately, Liu Jianyi's expectations were betrayed. After the corpse of the leader of the sea urchin warriors completed the transformation, it fell to the ground once again with a loud crash. Clang, clang, clang. The metal armor hit the ground with a loud noise. Just as Liu Jianyi guessed, the transformation was delayed. The transformation power from the Sea King's body was sent over only after the leader of the sea urchin warriors died. Similarly, because of the delay, his corpse had to complete the whole transformation even though he was already dead. After the transformation, the corpse continued to lie silently on the ground. Such dedication! Liu Jianyi immediately said disappointedly, "And here I thought it could move." "Why would you hope for it to move, senior brother Jianyi?" asked Soft Feather out of curiosity. Liu Jianyi sighed deeply and said, "Forget it. In any case, it can't move, so there's no meaning in talking about it." Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After the corpse collapsed on the ground, the power inside the armor seemed to have realized the death of the host. Hence, that surge of power from the Sea King came once again from out of nowhere. The blood armor came off the corpse. Thereafter, something akin to a space gate appeared next to it. The Sea King or whatever it was seemed to want to retrieve the blood armor. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. HMPH, what a poser, said Venerable Spirit Butterfly from above the clouds. He got to meet several guys that could use the power of space today. It was originally an ability that could be used only by cultivators in the 9th stage Tribulation Transcender realm. But today, it appeared a couple of times. It was indeed interesting. However, Venerable Spirit Butterfly could tell that the guy on the other side of the gate was definitely not a 9th stage Tribulation Transcender. The space technique used by a Tribulation Transcender was much more superior to his. Just what kind of special method did he use to access the power of space? Was it a formation, or some sort of ceremony? Or did he use a precious magical treasure like the guy he saw in the hidden room of the Chu family? Soft Feather looked at Venerable Spirit Butterfly and said, Father's interest was piqued. Venerable Spirit Butterfly had been researching the power of space for quite some time. Hence, any ability that did not belong to the Tribulation Transcender realm and was related to space evoked his interest. Thereafter, Venerable Spirit Butterfly took action. He reached out with his hand and pressed downward while aiming at the blood-red armor. Spiritual energy surged, descending onto the illusory sword school like a tsunami. In the blink of an eye, space seemed to solidify under Venerable Spirit Butterfly's spiritual energy. The remaining surviving disciples of the illusory sword school suddenly crouched on the ground. they were being suppressed by the spiritual energy, unable to breathe. As for that armor, it was also confined to its current location by Venerable Spirit Butterfly's power, unable to move. Based on Venerable Spirit Butterfly's research on the space abilities, even though he was unable to use the power of space like Tribulation Transcenders, he could easily perform acts like interfering with teleportations and other tasks of similar levels. You want to take the armor back? It won't be this simple. Venerable Spirit Butterfly laughed and slightly raised his right hand. The blood armor was pulled away and flew in Venerable Spirit Butterfly's direction. Venerable Spirit Butterfly's actions offended the Sea King hiding on the other end of the space gate. A roar was transmitted from there. That roar was extremely fearsome. Cultivators with low strength would simply lose their consciousness and fall to the ground upon hearing it. "Ha ha, are you angry? If you are that mad, then come out from there," said Venerable Spirit Butterfly without any fear. On the other side, the roar of the Sea King slowly quieted down. "From the looks of it, it seems you're unable to teleport here. Interesting." Venerable Spirit Butterfly made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and that exquisite blood armor ultimately landed in his hand. Thereafter, he quickly used several sealing techniques and sealed the armor inside and out. "Roar!" From the other end of the space gate, the Sea King's angry voice resounded like thunder. The space gate abruptly swelled to approximately double its original size. Thereafter, a huge eye looked towards the rosy cloud above the illusory sword school from there. Just the eyeball was already 5 meters in diameter. It was hard to imagine how big his entire body was. "Finally willing to reveal yourself?" asked Venerable Spirit Butterfly. Suddenly, the spiritual energy next to the space gate transformed into countless swords of chi, stabbing toward the eye of the Sea King. The sword chi pierced into the space gate, stabbing the enormous eyeball within it. "Ah!" the Sea King screamed. The sword chi was unable to hurt his eye, but it made him feel a lot of pain. After screaming in rage, the Sea King's eye glared once again at Venerable Spirit Butterfly who was in the sky. Thereafter, he firmly shut the space gate. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Softfeather said, "He escaped. I thought he would come out and fight 300 rounds with you, father. He seemed very strong." "So this is the Sea King?" asked Liu Jianni. "He should be the Sea King. It's a shame, we don't know much about the situation on the other side, hence it's not advisable to attack them directly," Venerable Spirit Butterfly mumbled. "Otherwise, he would have leapt through the space gate and valiantly fought against the Sea King." Even though the opposite party only revealed an eye, Venerable Spirit Butterfly induced that its strength was only at the 7th stage Venerable Realm. "Forget it. The next time, we can capture more sea urchin warriors and study them to discover more about the Sea King and his origin," said Venerable Spirit Butterfly. Thereafter, he grabbed the blood armor, wanting to place it in his space storage equipment so that he could bring it back to the Spirit Butterfly Island to study it. But just as he was trying to store the armor, he realized that no matter how hard he tried, he could not squeeze it inside. "TSK, he has quite a number of tricks," said Venerable Spirit Butterfly. If he could not store the blood armor into the space storage equipment, that would mean that the Sea King might suddenly make a move to retrieve the armor. In that case, it would be very troublesome. "Forget it. If it's really not possible, I'll have to destroy it," said Venerable Spirit Butterfly. The defense of the armor wasn't too strong and was only comparable to that of the 5th stage Spiritual Emperor realm. It was not difficult for Venerable Spirit Butterfly to smash it to smithereens by himself. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. As soon as Venerable Spirit Butterfly completed his sentence, in midair, the space gate suddenly opened again, and the Sea King's enormous eyeball appeared once more. This time, he hurriedly attacked. A white ray of light shot out from his eye, aiming towards Venerable Spirit Butterfly. The armor seemed to be of great importance to him. "Ha ha!" Venerable Spirit Butterfly flicked his finger, and an ancient bronze mirror appeared before him, easily blocking the attack of the enormous eye. Thereafter, Venerable Spirit Butterfly violently punched the blood-red armor. The scarlet armor immediately got smashed to smithereens. Hiss! The Sea King's painful cry came from the other side of the gate. It felt as though the thing that got smashed into smithereens was not the armor but his own body. After he let out a painful cry, the Sea King looked bitterly at Venerable Spirit Butterfly before shutting the space gate once again. Venerable Spirit Butterfly stood on the clouds, not moving at all. A moment later, he laughed and said, "Successfully marked." Earlier on, when the Sea King appeared once again, Venerable Spirit Butterfly quietly left a position tracking mark on the other party. Even though the other party might immediately detect the mark and destroy it, it didn't matter. Venerable Spirit Butterfly needed but a brief moment to lock onto his location. At this time, the pieces of the broken blood-red armor scattered on the rosy cloud, and a few of them landed next to Song Shuhang. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 15, Summoning Venerable White. Chapter for 15, Summoning Venerable White. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. Song Shuhang squatted down and picked up one of the pieces of the armor. Earlier, he saw that the armor was created from a mass of blood. But now, aside from the color, it had absolutely nothing to do with it. This was something akin to alchemy. Song Shuhang felt that it was rather interesting. Therefore, he asked, "Senior Spirit Butterfly, are these fragments of any use to you?" "No." After the armor broke, all the strange energy inside dispersed. "It lost all its research value," Venerable Spirit Butterfly casually replied. Song Shuhang played with the piece of the armor in his hands and asked in a melodious voice, "Oh, can I take these fragments then?" Venerable Spirit Butterfly smiled and said, "Sure." "Thank you, Senior." Song Shuhang picked for large fragments and tried to fit them inside his size-reducing purse. After the armor broke and the mysterious energy inside dispersed, Shuhang was able to successfully store the fragments inside his purse. Venerable Spirit Butterfly secretly shot a glance at Song Shuhang's size-reducing purse. It had the shape of an adorable rabbit. It was even cuter than Softfeather's purse. Then, he recalled the scene where Song Shuhang was dressed up as a woman. From a certain viewpoint, this little friend Song Shuhang really made him feel relieved. Venerable Spirit Butterfly's mood got much better. "Sit tight. We'll head toward fellow Daoist White now." The cloud-shaped magical treasure accelerated and flew toward the Mister's underground smelted cave. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. At this time, inside True Monarch Yellow Mountain's palace-shaped magical treasure, the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces #1 group were sharing the insights they got while fighting the Blood Demon. Unexpectedly, strange phenomena appeared once more. Just as his fellow Taoists were happily discussing, True Monarch Yellow Mountain quietly left the crowd. He cautiously moved toward a room on the upper floor. A pitiful guy was locked in there. This person was scammed by that shady fortune teller and reduced to poverty, as well as beaten by Fairy Lychee when he mistook her for Copper Trigram. The name of this pitiful person was Deng Yima. True Monarch Yellow Mountain opened the door and entered. Deng Yima had an unyielding expression on his face. At this time, his strength had been sealed, and he was tied up and thrown on a bed. He still refused to believe that the Fairy Lychee he saw back then was just a disguise Immortal Master Copper Trigram used. How could there be such an incredible disguising technique in the world? In his heart, he felt that none of those guys were honest people. After seeing True Monarch Yellow Mountain stealthily enter the room, he felt even more uneasy. What was he planning to do? Fellow Daoist Deng Yima, no need to be anxious. I'm True Monarch Yellow Mountain, you should have heard of me, right? True Monarch Yellow Mountain took a chair and sat down. In the Chinese world of cultivators, true monarchs were akin to celebrities. Even Immortal Fairy Bi Shui's Immortal Feast wouldn't lack a guest such as him. Deng Yima shot a glance at True Monarch Yellow Mountain. This man indeed resembled the famous Senior Yellow Mountain. What does True Monarch need of me? Deng Yima asked. Although he wasn't sure if this person was really a True Monarch Yellow Mountain, given his strength, he was definitely a true monarch. True Monarch Yellow Mountain faintly smiled and said, I wanted to ask you how many of those pellets you obtained in the Black Tiger secret realm do you have left? Eh? Deng Yima looked at True Monarch Yellow Mountain in puzzlement. True Monarch Yellow Mountain continued, I'm very interested in those pellets. Therefore, if you're willing to sell them, state your price. You are interested in those pellets? I had 6 of them, but I used one when I was testing them and one earlier, hence I have full left. Deng Yima was a sincere person, and his chubby face accentuated this point even more. True Monarch Yellow Mountain replied, from what I see, you also seem interested in selling them, right? Such being these case, do you already have a price in mind? Go ahead and tell me. I'll inform you beforehand that my price will be very high, Deng Yima said. He had no intention of selling the pellets if the price was too low. Fellow Daoist, just speak your mind. The transaction can be carried out only if both parties are willing. After all, I am someone that will not buy or sell under coercion. True Monarch Yellow Mountain comforted him. Deng Yima clenched his teeth and said, I'll say it then. I want 100,000 spirit stones of the 5th stage. Spirit stones were classified according to the quantity and purity of the spiritual energy inside, and just like cultivators, they had 9 stages in total. Generally speaking, if a cultivator of a certain stage used the spirit stones of the equivalent stage, the effects would be much better since there would be no waste of spiritual energy. The price was obviously lower than the value of the family property Deng Yima lost. However, it could at least compensate for some of his losses, and he would have enough money to buy a suitable flying sword. After that, he wouldn't have to go around on that Superman-shaped flying sword anymore. However, this price was still very high and unreasonable. When he tried to sell the pellets inside the sect, people were willing to pay him at most 10,000 spirit stones for 5 of them. The price is reasonable. True Monarch Yellow Mountain nodded and said, in that case, let's simply carry out the transaction with cash. Yellow Mountain was especially rich these days. Not long ago, he discovered a vein of spirit stones on a certain satellite. The purity of the spirit stones was also very high. After seeing that the opposite party replied so straightforwardly, Deng Yima was stunned. From the looks of it, this man would have accepted even if he had added a few more spirit stones. Is it possible that I sold those pellets at a loss? Are they really that valuable? But since he had already stated his price, it would be embarrassing to go back on his word now. And if he were to anger this true monarch, turning him away, wouldn't he be left with nothing? Deal! Deng Yima said at last. I ask Senior Yellow Mountain to untie my bindings. True Monarch Yellow Mountain happily freed Deng Yima and removed the seal blocking his spiritual energy. Afterward, the duo carried out the transaction. Fellow Daoist Deng is a really straightforward person. After taking the 4 pellets, True Monarch Yellow Mountain took out a fine flying sword of the 4th stage from his sleeve, giving it to Deng Yima. I've heard from fellow Daoist Liu Long that your flying sword had some problems. Since I have a spare flying sword with a good flying speed, I decided to gift it you. Deng Yima took the flying sword with a grateful expression on his face. Soon after, he bid farewell to True Monarch Yellow Mountain. Before leaving, he beat around the bush for a while and asked True Monarch Yellow Mountain about Medicine Master's address. It seemed that his next stop was Medicine Master's place. True Monarch Yellow Mountain squeezed the 4 pellets between his finger. If he wasn't mistaken, these 4 pellets were a priceless treasure related to the power of time. In a while, he was planning to ask the venerables of the group to assemble and study these gadgets together. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Inside that smelted cave 50 kilometers away from the Chu family. The mister dripped the blood of the disciples of the Chu family on the scrolls once more. Soon after, the 4 scrolls lit up once again, emitting a blinding light. The secret concealed inside the scrolls is surely related to the lineage of the Chu family. But how can I uncover it? The mister said, somewhat worried. He only knew that the key to immortality was hidden inside the scrolls, and he was sure that this key didn't consist in comprehending that sword technique. The key should be something more immaterial. Just as he was in deep thoughts, something exploded on top of the cave. What's happening? The mister raised his head in surprise and looked toward the place the explosion came from. Soon after, he saw a celestial figure descend from the hole in the ceiling. The celestial figure was so perfect that words alone weren't enough to describe it. The Mr. felt that it wasn't exaggerated to consider this figure the very embodiment of beauty, handsomeness, and perfection. Perhaps because the figure was too perfect, or perhaps because it possessed an incredible charm, the Mr. couldn't find it a threat even though it just destroyed the ceiling of his cave and rushed inside. Finally, the figure stopped mid-air, stepping into the air without the aid of any power. "Eh? I finally arrived?" Venerable White shook his arms and looked all around. Soon after, his vision fell on the 4 scrolls. He was in the right place. "Senior, can I ask why you came to my immortal cave?" The Mr. greeted Venerable White. He had managed to recover his senses with much difficulty. At the same time, he quietly mustered the strength of the blood pond behind, getting ready to attack Senior White at any time. "Let me explain." Venerable White coughed and continued, "I messed up a little while engraving a rune, hence I have to congratulate you for gathering the 4 scrolls of the sword technique. After gathering them, you managed to summon me here." The Mr. was speechless. Just what the hell was going on? Venerable White also added, "Now that you summoned me, I'll seize the opportunity to conveniently take away the scrolls." "No way," the Mr. bellowed. Then, he pounced toward the scrolls and activated the power of the blood pond to attack Venerable White, shouting, "These scrolls belong to me, and no one will be able to them away from em." Slap! Venerable White gave him a resounding slap in the face. The Mr. flew across the air, performing 32.5 rotations before crashing against the wall of the smelted cave. What happened a moment ago? He didn't even see when the opposite party attacked. In the next moment, he saw the figure in white stretch out its hand and collect the 4 scrolls, starting to flutter in the air once more. The Mr. was inwardly cursing. It took him so much effort to gather those scrolls, and now, someone stole them. "It's time to go. Goodbye, fellow Daoist." Venerable White waved his hand at the Mr. and prepared to leave. But after rising to the height of 2 meters, he suddenly stopped. His eyes fell on the black dragon puppet inside the smelted cave. That was truly an exquisite puppet. It seemed it would be rather interesting to disassemble it. Thereupon, Venerable White descended to the ground and squatted beside the puppet. "Can I disassemble it?" Venerable White shot a glance at the Mr. But without waiting for his reply, Senior White muttered to himself, "I forgot that I don't need to ask him. After all, he's an enemy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter for 16, It seems it will be very interesting to disassemble you. Chapter for 16, It seems it will be very interesting to disassemble you. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Run! Get away from this place, the Mr. bellowed. He only needed a thought to control the black dragon puppet. After that slap, he knew that he was no match for that man in white clothes that had suddenly barged into his smelted cave. Luckily, the black dragon puppet still had the blood sea jade inside. Hence, it could run away at supersonic speed. This puppet was very valuable, and he couldn't let someone damage it. After receiving its master's order, the black dragon puppet flapped its wings and rose into the sky. It was planning to run away at supersonic speed toward another secret immortal cave. But just as it rose to the height of 1 meter, a slender hand gently pressed on its back. Although the puppet frantically flapped its wings, it wasn't able to move at all. Immediately after, another slender hand started to fiddle with the black dragon with its finger. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of components being disassembled echoed. In just a few seconds, the outer layer of the black dragon was disassembled, revealing the innards of the puppet. Soon after, the Venerable White extracted the blood sea jade from it. Thump tilde. As soon as it lost its source of power, the puppet crashed from the sky and fell by Venerable White's feet. The Mr., who was still mounted on the wall, had a dumbfounded look on his face. This stone used as a source of energy was refined through evil and cruel techniques. Venerable White said, while casually putting away the blood sea jade. Next, he squatted beside the black dragon puppet and started to disassemble it. Its structure is really interesting. It seems it was manufactured using the techniques of the jet black sect as a foundation together with some modern mechanical parts. A combination of the puppet technique of the jet black sect and modern technology, truly wonderful. In the blink of an eye, the black dragon puppet was disassembled into a pile of mechanical parts, and the metallic skeleton of the dragon was revealed. Venerable White reluctantly stopped and turned his head around, looking at the Mr. who was mounted on the wall. "Where did you get this black dragon-shaped puppet?" The Mr. was trying to get out of the wall and froze after hearing this question. It's not like he didn't want to reply, the problem was he couldn't. Indeed, where did he exactly get this black dragon puppet from? The Mr. himself had forgotten about the origin of this puppet. He remembered that it was his property and knew how to operate it, but that was it. The Mr. was momentarily stunned. "You don't want to reply? Forget it. Anyway, I've already comprehended the structure of this puppet," Venerable White muttered as he started to assemble the puppet back. A few seconds later, the Mr. finally managed to come out of the wall. He gently jumped and returned to the smelted cave. He furrowed his brows and looked at Venerable White's back. It took him so much effort to steal the paintings of the sword technique from the Chu family, and now, all of them had been snatched away. How could he possibly get them back? Those paintings concealed the secret of immortality. He couldn't let go of them. "Should I fight back?" The Mr. started to slowly mobilize the power of the blood pond. "My best opportunity to catch him off guard is now that he's studying the black dragon puppet." Done, it's reassembled. This time, there is no problem with the parts, none were left out. Venerable White suddenly laughed. He was extremely satisfied at this time. In his front, the completely disassembled black dragon puppet was now assembled once more. However, it wasn't exactly the same as before. The Mr. noticed that several parts were assembled back the wrong way. "It's unfortunate that I do not possess the mechanical puppet technique of the jet black sect. Even if I comprehended the structure of the black dragon, I'm unable to manufacture some of the parts on my own," Venerable White said with a regretful face. Although he could simply go to the jet black sect and purchase those parts, it was definitely not as cool as building the whole thing from scratch. The Mr. was speechless. Such speed! It took him longer to disassemble it rather assembling it back. "Very good. I'm done researching it, you can have the puppet back." "Then, I'll take my leave, they?" Venerable White had no intention to kill this guy and was planning to take his leave. After all, fellow Deus Spirit Butterfly was interested in him as well. Hence, he decided to let him handle the situation. But just as he turned his head, he noticed something that piqued his interest. Due to the powerful slap from before, that Mr.'s face had been smashed to pieces. His face wasn't swollen as it should be. Instead, the external layer of skin was broken, revealing the black-colored metallic structure inside. Earlier, when the Mr. was mounted on the wall of the smelted cave, Venerable White couldn't see his face properly. But now that he had come out of the wall, the broken part was fully visible. Venerable White's eyes lit up. Was this Mr. a puppet as well? He was very lifelike. Earlier, Venerable White didn't notice any difference between him and a real person. He had the aura of a living person, a cultivation of the fourth stage realm, and looked exactly like a real person. He could even feel his soul fluctuate. But when the outer layer of his skin was ruptured and the innards were revealed, Venerable White discovered that his face was made of mechanical parts. Was it a puppet? An artificially created man? Or a cyborg? No matter what he was, Venerable White found him very interesting. When Venerable White stared at him like that, the Mr. stiffened a bit. "Hello, you seem very interesting to disassemble. Do you mind if I disassemble you a bit?" Venerable White said. "Ah?" The Mr. opened his eyes wide. But without waiting for him to reply, Venerable muttered to himself once more, "I forgot that I don't need to ask him. After all, he's an enemy." Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the sky, Venerable Spirit Butterfly and the others left the territory of the illusory sword school. The cloud streaked across the sky at a speed that wasn't inferior to that of a flying sword. Very soon, they arrived above the smelted cave. It's that place down there. I can sense fellow Daoist White's aura coming from there as well. Let's descend to the ground, Venerable Spirit Butterfly said. But just as he finished his sentence, Liu Jianyi said eagerly, Teacher, let me go there first to check the situation. If he could reach the place first, he could seize the opportunity to slack off for a few seconds. After saying this much, he jumped down from the rosy-could and headed toward the smelted cave. Afterward, Soft Feather happily said, Senior Song, let's go jump down as well. Sure. Song Shuhang replied. Next. Soft Feather pulled Song Shuhang's hand and jumped from the cloud just like Liu Jianyi. Eh? Wait a moment. At this time, there was a distance of at least 400 to 500 meters between the cloud they were standing on and the ground. This height was comparable to that of a 100-story building. Shouldn't she have used some kind of technique before jumping down? Even if it's not a flying technique, at least something to reduce the weight of the body. Or something to drop like a feather. But Song Shuhang had yet to remind her about this matter when he felt a powerful force pull his wrist. A small cultivator of the second stage like Shuhang had no hope of resisting Soft Feather's strength. Soon after, he heard the piercing cold sound of the wind beside his ears. Aha waha! Soft Feather's laughter echoed in the midst of the wind. I've always wanted to do some bungee jumping. It's truly wonderful. Soft Feather, before performing bungee jumping, you have to tie a rope to your feet. Otherwise, you'd be just jumping to your death. A certain guy surnamed Song pitifully called out. He already suffered from acrophobia. Moreover, the symptoms were getting worse and worse every day. Aha waha! Senior Song, are you also happy? Soft Feather smiled. Senior Song, happy ? Not at all. He. As expected, Senior Song also likes bungee jumping. When I looked at those pictures you took while bungee jumping with Senior White, I noticed that Senior Song had such a radiant smile on his face, Soft Feather said happily. Senior Song, Soft Feather, when you looked at those pictures with your bright eyes, did you really see my radiant smile? Did you really see it? At this time, Senior Song felt his eyes tear up, and his nose was running, but he would never admit it. He would insist that those were merely tears that had suddenly flowed out of his eye sockets and entered his nostrils, that was it. Oh, right. Senior Song, let's take a picture as well. Soft Feather took out her phone and adjusted the angle of the camera, saying, Senior Song, make a smile. Senior Song sniffled. Since he had done this before, he was somewhat used to it. He could make it. He could take a photo high in the air. Thereupon, he tried his best to squeeze out a happy smile. Click, 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 click. Soft Feather took 4 pictures at once. Aha waha! It's so cool. After taking the photos, Soft Feather adjusted the angle once more and took a photo where they were both upside down. Unfortunately, they crossed those 500 meters very quickly and were already approaching the ground. Soft Feather was forced to put her phone away. The height this time wasn't enough. I couldn't enjoy myself properly. Senior Song, we must jump from an even higher place the next time. With that, we'll be able to take pictures from several other angles. Senior Song started to scream again. On the cloud, Venerable Spirit Butterfly stiffly retracted his hand. Just now, he was thinking of performing some bungee jumping with his beloved daughter. After all, she had always wanted to practice this sport. But his beloved daughter suddenly grabbed little friend Shuhang's hand and leapt down while the poor father was left on the cloud all alone, drying in the sun. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Thump . At last, Song Shuhang and Soft Feather fell into a huge pond. They had managed to land successfully. The reason they weren't injured after the fall was that Soft Feather used a small technique just before the crash. Just as they were about to reach the ground, Song Shuhang felt his body became lighter and lighter. Afterward, they lightly fell into the blood pond. Ooh! What's this thing? Song Shuhang's mouth and nose were full with what resembled the smell of raw meat. Soon after, he discovered that he was inside a pond of boiling blood. All his clothes were dyed red. Soft Feather stood up while inside the blood pond, but there was a pale layer of firefly-like glow keeping off the blood from her body. Even if it seemed to be only ordinary women's clothing, what she was wearing was actually magical cultivator's clothing. It was surely something that had been custom-made for her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 17, Senior Song, Don't Die. Chapter for 17, Senior Song, Don't Die. Translator, Stardew 5T Editor, Karisu. A blood pond, do people still build such things these days? Are they not afraid of being discovered by the monks from the Radiant Samsara Temple? Soft Feather, who was clean from head to toe, climbed out from the blood pond. Climbing out next to her was Song Shuhang, who was dyed red by the blood. The two of them were in stark contrast. After climbing out of the blood pond, Soft Feather saw Liu Jinny standing still in front of her. She asked, "Senior brother Liu, what are you doing?" Liu Jinny slowly turned his head around and replied, "I'm looking at Senior White disassembling a person." Song Shuhang replied, "What?" He hurriedly took a step forward and looked in front. Very soon, he saw the arrogant Mr. he met in the Chu family's secret room being pressed against the ground by Venerable White. Both of his hands and legs were dismantled by Venerable White. At this moment, Venerable White was disassembling the Mr's skull. In the blink of Song Shuhang's eye, the Mr's skull got opened. However, what appeared before his eyes was not a human brain, but a refined electric circuit, and a thin transparent tube. Within the thin transparent tube, there was a blue energy liquid that was flowing slowly. Was it true Qi? This Mr. wasn't a human being? When he was in the secret room of the Chu family, Venerable Spirit Butterfly tore off both his arms, and one could see that there were mechanical components inside. At the time, Venerable Spirit Butterfly thought that some parts of the Mr's body were like that of a puppet. But little did he expect that the Mr's entire body was a mechanical puppet. How is this possible? Just how? A shocked voice resounded. It was the Mr. himself shouting. He saw his current physical state from the reflection in Venerable White's eyes. How did my brain become like that? Why is it like that? You devil, what did you do to me? Calm down, I merely disassembled the outer part of your head. I did not do anything else, Venerable White explained calmly. You have always been a mechanical puppet. Impossible. How can I be a mechanical puppet? I am a disciple of the Thousand Hands sect, Shi Lan. I have flesh and blood running through my veins. I have a father and a mother. How can I be a mechanical puppet? The Mr. shouted. He was extremely agitated. I was heavily injured before, hence my hands and feet underwent a modification and turned into those of a puppet. But how can the rest of my body be mechanical? What kind of spell did you cast on me? It's an illusory technique, isn't it? You used an illusory technique on me, right? His eyes really became bloodshot. It looked extremely realistic and lifelike. Upon hearing this, Venerable White temporarily stopped disassembling the Mr. He pinched his chin, seemingly thinking. This fellow is actually not aware that his entire body is a mechanical puppet? Song Shuhang took a few steps and squatted down beside the Mr., examining the structure of his body. Artificial intelligence? A robot that possesses human feelings and always thought he was a human. Liu Jinny chimed in. There once was a pair of disciples from the Jet Black sect who could not have children. Hence, they meticulously created a mechanical puppet, nurturing it as their own child and constantly changing his body to become slightly bigger. With that, the puppet was allowed to have its own life experiences and mistook itself for a human being. Is this that kind of story? No. Venerable White shook his head. Soft Feather similarly came over and guessed. Then, could it be a magical treasure that developed intelligence after cultivating? I heard that a lot of magical treasures can turn into intelligent weapons. Some high-level sentient treasures can be as intelligent as cultivators. It isn't a sentient treasure either. the structure of a sentient treasure is completely different from that of a human soul. As he was speaking, Venerable White lightly moved his finger, and the meteor sword at his waist started floating. The sword was acting like a pet and was attracted by Venerable White's finger, seeming very affectionate. My meteor sword has already developed some intelligence. If you try sensing for a little bit, you'd know that the difference between sentient weapons and the human soul is akin to the difference between ice and flames. Their properties are completely different. Lastly, Venerable White guessed, perhaps this guy used some very extreme techniques on himself, like transforming his human body into a mechanical puppet. The lifespan of human beings is limited, and the body will decay, but after transforming it into a mechanical puppet, the body would be able to achieve immortality. A long time ago, a genius disciple of the Jet Black sect that had what it takes to carry the will of the heavens developed his own way to immortality using this concept as a foundation. Also, from a certain point of view, all the talented disciples of the Jet Black sect can use similar methods to obtain an immortal body, Venerable Spirit Butterfly added while descending from the sky. Venerable White nodded his head and continued, as long you pay close attention to maintenance and replace the broken parts, the transformed body would be able to become immortal. However, the soul of a cultivator will still be slowly consumed over time. Based on what I know, apart from the genius of the Jet Black sect, no one else was able to reach the immortal realm with a similar method. Song Shuhang nodded and said, "Oh, I know." Mechanically transformed human beings appeared in science fiction movies as well. After human beings in the future mechanically transform their bodies, they have to maintain their important parts, apply lubricating oil, etc. It's very interesting. Venerable White replied, "Yes, you can understand it in that way." The two venerables had explained the problem with Mr.'s body with this short exchange. The Mr. on the ground, otherwise known as the Thousand-Hand Sect's disciple Shilan, was in a daze and did not move. His body got transformed into a mechanical puppet? After staying silent for a while, Shilan could not accept the truth. He frantically shouted, "How can this be? According to my entire lifetime worth of memories, there was absolutely nobody who could have done any transformation to my body. Impossible, this is impossible." From the looks of it, even the memory of him undergoing the transformation was erased. Venerable White said, "I think I need to disassemble him a little further and take a look at where his memories are stored. For all we know, we might find some unexpected surprise." "No, don't disassemble me further," Mr. Shilan said in anguish. If this was a nightmare, he wanted to wake up from it as soon as possible. "If fellow Daoist White wants to continue disassembling, then could I trouble you to retrieve that glowing thing from within his body? Compared to his mechanical body, I'm more interested in that thing," said Venerable Spirit Butterfly. The item that was hidden in Shilan's body was the treasure that he used to activate the star-shifting formation. "All right." Venerable White started to disassemble Shilan's chest, lifting open the outer shell. In that place, they were able to see the few tissues left behind from Shilan's original body. The tissues complemented his mechanized body, preserving the part where the Dantian was located at. This allowed Shilan to maintain his cultivation of the fourth stage innate realm even after becoming a mechanical puppet. Inside his chest was an 8-sided crystal, and the design of a miniature world was carved on every side. Venerable Spirit Butterfly laughed. "It is this thing without a mistake. I can sense the power of space from it." Venerable White reached out with his hand and took the 8-sided crystal. When the crystal got taken out, Shilan's struggles came to an abrupt stop. "Senior, this guy isn't moving anymore," said Song Shuhang. "Eh? Could it be that the crystal is one of the energy sources of the mechanical body? Or is it a more important part, similar to a switch?" Venerable White passed the 8-sided crystal to Venerable Spirit Butterfly. Venerable Spirit Butterfly took the crystal. "Sorry to trouble you, fellow Daoist White. As for the results of the research of the crystal, I will share a complete set of information with you." "All right." Venerable White nodded his head and continued disassembling Shilan's body. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. At this time, Song Shuhang carefully looked at Shilan's body on the floor. Something's amiss. Did he really stop just like that? In movies, when the villain robot boss gets defeated, wouldn't it self-detonate? Bang, 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 bang. Frightful sounds of explosions echoed. However, it wasn't Shi-Lan's body self-detonating, but the domineering black dragon puppet next to it, exploding for no apparent reason. After it exploded, in succession, Shi-Lan's body exploded as well. Luckily, there were two venerables on the site. Even if the explosion was very sudden, the two venerables were able to set up a barrier of spiritual energy in time. The power of the explosion was isolated on the outside. It really exploded? Softfeather was dumbstruck. Senior Song has the gift of clairvoyance. Liu Jianyi said, but what really exploded was the black dragon puppet on a side. He had been observing the black dragon puppet since the beginning and found it really cool. But more importantly, that thing could substitute a flying sword and fly in the sky. If he could take it away, he wouldn't even need to ride a flying sword, he would simply lay on the black dragon puppet, flying to all corners of the world. He could slack off wonderfully for a long time, just thinking about it felt great. But just as he started daydreaming, his dream exploded. Eh? Could it be that Senior White disassembled the black dragon puppet before? Song Shuhang subconsciously blurted out. Hee hee. Venerable White made a hollow laugh. The corners of his mouth twitched. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. The residual force of the explosion dissipated. Venerable Spirit Butterfly and Venerable White removed the defense barrier. At the front, the black dragon puppet had already been blown to pieces, all sorts of components scattered on the ground. That Mr. Shi-Lan was also blown into several pieces that got scattered on the ground as well. He looked more than did. After it was destroyed to such an extent, even that genius from the Jet Black sect that came up with technique to mechanically transform one's body to reach immortality would not be able to piece the components together and make him look like before. In midair, Mr. Shi-Lan's unwilling and angry scream was still echoing. It was a shout coming from deep within his soul. If it did not get purified, it might become a resentful ghost or something. It turns out that transforming oneself into a mechanical person is not devoid of dangers. You don't know when you will suddenly detonate, lamented Song Shuhang. Yes, the explosion was rather sudden. Softfeather nodded her head, but when she turned around and looked at Song Shuhang, she cried out in fear, Senior Song, this is bad. Your soul is coming out of your chest. Senior Song, don't die. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 18, An Innate Inability in Regards to Sword Techniques. Chapter for 18, An Innate Inability in Regards to Sword Techniques. Translator, Stardew 5T Editor, Kurisu. What? Upon hearing Softfeather's shout, Song Shuhang hurriedly lowered his head and looked at his chest. Thereafter, he saw a transparent, shrunken version of himself trying to get out of his body. He had the exact same face, and even the bald head and the clothes on his body were the same. Furthermore, the mini Song Shuhang's clothes similarly had been stained with blood. It was Song Shuhang's shrunken version. Eh? Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. F*CK, what is this? He subconsciously reached out with his hand and touched the transparent mini Song Shuhang. Ooh! As soon as he touched mini Song Shuhang's head, he felt an ice-cold sensation transmit to his hand. It felt like touching the head of a doll made of rubber. Immediately after, Song Shuhang felt as though someone was touching his own head. Sensory sharing? Eh? Song Shuhang hurriedly let go as he thought of something. This Minami couldn't be the ghost spirit, right? However, how did his ghost spirit turn into this appearance? The nearby Venerable Spirit Butterfly looked curiously at the mini Song Shuhang. Is that a ghost spirit? I don't think so. Ghost spirits don't look like that. Softfeather blinked her eyes. Then, she reached out her hand, and a transparent human-shaped ghost spirit appeared on her hand. It was her ghost spirit, its face indistinct. Song Shuhang himself was baffled. I don't know either. It used to look different in the past. Venerable Spirit Butterfly asked out of curiosity, did little friend Song's ghost spirit undergo a mutation before? At one side, Venerable White nodded his head and replied, just once. When Shu Hang was making a contract with the ghost spirit, a loose cultivator of the 5th stage crashed to our place and died. Perhaps because the soul of that cultivator dispersed next to it, little friend Shu Hang's ghost spirit underwent a mutation at the time. Soft Feather. Liu Jianyi. Venerable Spirit Butterfly. A 5th stage spiritual emperor flew over just to die in front of Song Shu Hang and trigger a mutation of the ghost spirit? How much more lucky could he get? But the mutation of the ghost spirit took place a long time ago. How did it suddenly take on the same appearance as me? Song Shu Hang scratched his bald head. When he scratched his head, he remembered that his hair was gone. On his chest, the mini Song Shu Hang was also scratching his little bald head, looking very adorable. It's so lifelike, how cute! Soft Feather curiously reached her hand and grabbed mini Shu Hang's bald head, pinching it. Arg, Soft Feather, don't use so much strength, be more gentle, Song Shu Hang called out. When Soft Feather was pressing the ghost spirit's head, he could also feel it. The feeling of having your head being pinched was particularly strange. It's so amusing. It would be great if my ghost spirit could mutate as well. Soft Feather laughed and poked the shiny bald head of the mini Shu Hang. Lightly, lightly, Song Shu Hang hurriedly called out. The head of the mini Shu Hang was especially sensitive. Even though Soft Feather used only a bit of strength, it made his head feel very painful. Venerable White thought about it and answered, from the looks of it, it might be because the synchronization between the ghost spirit and you has been completed, hence it transformed. It had been a while since Song Shu Hang completed the contract with the ghost spirit. Considering the time that passed, it should be about time for the synchronization to be completed. The synchronization is complete? Oh. Speaking of which, I do feel that my connection with the ghost spirit is no longer intermittent, said Song Shu Hang joyfully. In other words, the ghost spirit would incessantly refine the true qi within his body from now on, continuing to accumulate the true qi for him even when he was resting. The fully automated practice add-on that one deserved. However, why did it suddenly leave my body? Asked Song Shu Hang. When he asked that question, a thought was transmitted to him from the ghost spirit. The paintings of the sword technique. This was the reason the ghost spirit involuntarily came out from Song Shu Hang's body. Oh, so that's the reason. Song Shu Hang nodded his head and said, Senior White, the 4 scrolls did not get caught in the explosion, right? Can you show them to me? Venerable White waved his hand, and the fragments of the blown-up puppets were swept aside with just his thought. Thereafter, he opened up all 4 scrolls, placing them in order. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Daoist priest Li Tiansu, executing different poses, was painted on those enormous scrolls. Eh? Senior Song, isn't the ring on Daoist priest Li Tiansu's finger the same as the one on your finger? Soft Feather had sharp eyes. She could see at a glance that Song Shu Hang's ancient bronze ring was exactly the same as the one on Daoist priest's finger in the scrolls. Yes, Song Shu Hang said with emotion, the ring on my finger belongs to Daoist priest Li Tiansu. Also, this Daoist priest was the loose cultivator that came flying and died next to Venerable White and me while I was making a contract with the ghost spirit. Soft Feather was speechless. It was too coincidental. Liu Jianyi thought to himself, Senior White's legendary luck is actually so terrifying. Everything is ready. Now, let's see what the secret hidden within these paintings is. Song Shu Hang rubbed his eyes and stared intensely at the scrolls. On his chest, the mini Song Shu Hang similarly rubbed his eyes and stared intensely at the scrolls. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Song Shu Hang felt that his eyes were getting rather sore. Strange, could it be that the scrolls have a problem? The ghost spirit on his chest also looked perplexed. The feeling where the ghost spirit desired to come out of his heart aperture in Choo Choo's dreamland did not appear. Hee, I saw it. At this time, Soft Feather laughed. What? Song Shu Hang turned his head around. That sword technique hidden in the scrolls. I saw it with one glance, it was very easy. It's a rather interesting sword technique. As Softfeather was speaking, she lightly patted the butterfly-shaped treasured sword on her waist. Softfeather unsheathed and gripped the treasured sword, starting to execute the sword technique at a super-fast speed. Over the time period of 3 breaths, Softfeather had executed the 108 variations of the sword technique. The burst of sword light looked very spectacular. Softfeather's sword got faster and faster, as well as more and more dazzling. At last, the 108 sword variations transformed into 4 unique sword styles. And within these 4 styles, each sword consisted of 27 different variations. It was unpredictable and incomparably swift and violent. What Softfeather executed was similar to the sword technique Song Shuhang saw in Choo Choo's Dreamland. Except that Softfeather executed it in a more exquisite manner, eliminating a few unnecessary sword styles. Song Shuhang agonizingly blinked his eyes. Previously, he could still use the excuse that the 4th sword technique scrolls were not assembled to console himself about being unable to see through the hidden sword technique. But right now, it seemed that there was a problem with his comprehension skills. To put it more accurately, there was a problem with his comprehension skills in regards to sword techniques. After all, his combat skills, fist techniques, dais techniques, footwork, had already been acknowledged by Senior Medicine Master and Venerable White. Am I destined to be unable to become a swordsman decked in elegant white clothes? Do I really have an innate inability in regards to sword techniques? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 19, What is Senior Song's clone eating? Chapter for 19, What is Senior Song's clone eating? Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. No, I refuse to accept it. Isn't it merely a sword technique? I can't believe that I can't comprehend it. Song Shuhang widened his eyes once more, carefully watching every single detail he could find on the 4 paintings. As the saying goes, everything comes to those who wait. This time, the scenery before Song Shuhang's eyes changed. He saw hundreds of Softfeathers displaying their swordsmanship. It was the scene of Softfeather brandishing her sword earlier. There were a total of 108 sword variations that fused together, giving birth to 4 unique sword styles. The numerous Softfeathers continuously glittered before Song Shuhang's eyes, making his vision blurry. Am I having hallucinations? Song Shuhang rubbed his eyes. In the end, I really don't have any talent when it comes to sword techniques. In Li Tiansu's Dreamland, Scarlet Heaven didn't teach him sword techniques. Instead, he decided to teach him the Flaming Saber technique. Was it because he noticed that Shuhang had some talent in regards to saber techniques? Such being the case, which Dao name should he choose in the future? Should he follow in Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's footsteps and call himself Heavenly Saber Shuhang, or the Thrice Song Phantom Saber? No, I don't want that. Song Shuhang fiercely shook his head and tried to get those scary thoughts out of his head. He opened his eyes wide and carefully looked at the paintings of that sword technique again. At this point, he didn't even want to comprehend the whole sword technique, just a small piece was fine. Soon after, Song Shuhang saw something. It was a scene full of Softfeathers swinging their swords left and right with awe-inspiring sword light flashing by, a scene with a lot of long legs. I'm having hallucinations again. Song Shuhang blinked his eyes a few times and prepared to let them rest a bit. But just as he blinked, the scene on the paintings changed. That scene full of Softfeathers somehow merged with the 4 scrolls before his eyes. It felt as though each Softfeather went and occupied the black spaces in each painting. After a short moment, the scenery changed once more. A huge golden disc appeared in front of him. The disc was as big as a small mountain and was made of layers upon layers of golden rings. There were almost 10,000 in total. Different numerical symbols, patterns, or letters were engraved on each ring. Clang, clang, clang tilde. In the next moment, the golden disc started to rotate, while the 10,000 rings moved into different directions. Sometimes the 8,000th ring would start to move, and at other times, it was the 4,000th that would move. Sometimes, two rings would move at the same time. It was an extremely complex mechanism. Song Shuhang quickly understood what was going on. This was the secret concealed inside the sword technique. This whole mechanism seemed incredibly complex. Song Shuhang tried his best to memorize all the steps in his mind. Luckily, he had already reached the second stage True Master Realm. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to note down all these passages with the memory of a cultivator of the first stage. Finally, the golden disc completed its transformation. The numbers, patterns, and letters on each ring finally merged together to form the picture of a human. Two horns were growing on the head of this human, and mysterious runes were tattooed all over his body. He looked like an ancient magician from remote times. When Song Shuhang saw the picture of this ancient magician, he felt somewhat uneasy. Whoosh tilde? After reaching this point, the scene before Song Shuhang's returned to normality. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Song Shuhang felt extremely exhausted, to the point that even standing up was difficult. The nearby Venerable Spirit Butterfly stretched out his hand and gently supported him. Then, he took out a medicinal pill and squeezed it in his mouth. After the pill melted in his mouth, Song Shuhang felt a refreshing feeling gush into every corner of his body, erasing all his exhaustion. Thank you, Senior Spirit Butterfly. Venerable Spirit Butterfly smiled and asked, what did you see? It was an incredibly complex golden disc made of over 10,000 rings. In the end, the rings of the disc moved until they formed the picture of a man with two horns growing on his head and mysterious runes tattooed all over his body. Song Shuhang described what he saw. Eh? Senior Song didn't see the sword technique? Softfeather asked out of curiosity. No. Song Shuhang's eyes teared up a little. It seemed he really had no talent for sword techniques. Venerable Spirit Butterfly faintly smiled and said, it might be the key to a certain secret realm. If even the method to open this secret realm is so complex, its level mustn't be low. Venerable White smiled and nodded. It sounds like an interesting place. Secret realm. Song Shuhang rubbed his temples. Then, he unconsciously blurted out, a forbidden area? Question mark. The people on the scene were confused. Let me recall a few things. Song Shuhang carefully thought of the past events, trying to recall the life experiences of the loose cultivator Li Tiansu. At the time, the dream about Li Tiansu was divided into two parts. When the second part of the dream ended, Song Shuhang discovered that Li Tiansu sold all his family property to cure his daughter's illness, getting seriously indebted in the process. Afterward, the illness of the daughter flared up again, aggravating her condition. Cold qi exploded from her body, directly creating an ice coffin all around her body and imprisoning her inside. In the end, Li Tiansu had no choice but to seal his daughter inside an immortal cave and lock the entrance. Afterward, he made up his mind and headed toward the forbidden area in the hopes of finding a cure for his ill daughter. Song Shuhang's dream about Li Tiansu's life experiences was in no way complete. In fact, he knew almost nothing about what happened inside the forbidden area. After seeing that golden disc earlier, fragmentary memories of the dreamland resurfaced in Song Shuhang's mind. He faintly remembered the presence of a huge golden disc when Daoist priest Li Tiansu entered that area to explore it. Li Tiansu activated the disc to open the forbidden area and enter it. He wasn't mistaken about this point. The golden disc was the key Li Tiansu used to enter the forbidden area. But in the end, he failed in his quest. He traveled thousands of miles and crashed next to Song Shuhang and Venerable White, dying and leaving his equipment behind. That place is a forbidden area. In there, Daoist priest Li Tiansu received the severe wound that caused his death. The golden disc is the key to enter the place, Song Shuhang muttered. Venerable White pondered for a moment and asked, do you happen to know the location of that secret realm? I'm not sure. The information regarding the forbidden area is incomplete. Song Shuhang shook his head and said, but there is a person that might know about the location of that secret realm. Song Shuhang tried to recall a certain scene from Li Tiansu's dreamland. After all, Li Tiansu didn't go there only once. Over 20 years ago, Li Tiansu entered that place with a good friend. However, they didn't even reach the place where the golden disc was located when Li Tianzu's friend was severely injured. Due to this reason, the plan to explore the forbidden area was cancelled. After receiving that severe wound, Li Tianzu's friend had no choice but to return to his home to recover. And this friend of Li Tianzu happened to be a senior of the Chu family. This senior of the Chu family met Daoist priest Li Tianzu 150 years ago, and Li Tianzu seemed to really care about him. Even these paintings containing the sword technique and the key to the forbidden area were things that Li Tianzu gifted to this good friend of his 100 years ago. A senior of the Chu family went there with Daoist priest Li Tianzu once. Hence, he might know about the location of the forbidden area, Song Shuhang replied. Venerable Spirit Butterfly, Soft Feather, and Liu Jiani silently nodded. Although they didn't know how Song Shuhang obtained this information, it was likely that the Chu family knew about the location of the forbidden area. Then, Song Shuhang glanced at the fragments of the blown-up Shilana and Black Dragon puppet. Actually, if Senior White hadn't disassembled that Black Dragon, causing that explosion earlier, we might have asked this Mr. Shilan about the location of the forbidden area. After all, he put in so much effort to steal the paintings from the Chu family. Therefore, there was a chance he might know about the position of that place as well. It seems reasonable. Venerable Spirit Butterfly nodded in agreement. Ha ha! Venerable White was a bit embarrassed and made a hollow laugh. Senior White, I advise you to make a video the next time you start disassembling something. Both the missile and the Black Dragon puppet were ruined after you disassembled them. If you had recorded the process before proceeding with the disassembling, you could have taken a look at the recording while assembling them back. With that, there wouldn't have been any explosions, and everyone would have been happy. Song Shuhang seized the opportunity to make this suggestion to Venerable White. He felt that Senior White's hobby to disassemble things was too dangerous. It would be rather fearsome to get home one day and discover that all the electric equipment was malfunctioning and exploding as soon as touched. Ha ha! Senior White made another hollow laugh. Then, seeing that Song Shuhang still wanted to go on, Venerable White tried to change the topic of conversation forcefully. Eh? Shuhang, how come there is all this blood dripping from your body? You'll get a cold if you keep wearing those drenched clothes of yours, it's not good for your health. Come, let me help you dry them. Senior White, don't try to shift the topic of conversation, wait a moment. Senior White, what are you doing? Song Shuhang called out. Without waiting for Song Shuhang to reject, Venerable White pushed his hand toward him, and a burst of spiritual energy covered his body. Soon after, Song Shuhang felt the blood in veins boil as though he was about to explode. His whole body was on fire. Ah! Hot, hot, hot! Senior White, it's too hot. Stop quickly! Song Shuhang started to scream. Very soon, the clothes he was wearing indeed dried up. Not only his clothes, his whole body dried up as well. It felt as though all the water inside his body had evaporated, even his lips were dry and cracked. After his blood-drenched clothes dried up, the blood turned into a crust that stuck to his body, looking rather disgusting. Senior Song, what thing is your clone eating? Soft Feather curiously asked at this time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 20, do you want to sweep countless battlefields without suffering a single defeat? Chapter for 20, do you want to sweep countless battlefields without suffering a single defeat? Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. What? Song Shuhang lowered his head and looked toward his chest. It was at that point that he saw the ghost spirit trying to slurp something as though it was slurping noodles. However, the ghost spirit was too fast, and Song Shuhang was unable to see clearly what it ate. At the same time, he felt a slippery feeling inside his throat due to the senses he shared with the ghost spirit. It felt as though he had swallowed fresh bean jelly. It tasted quite good. Hey, hey, hey! What did you just eat? Song Shuhang called out. He knew that his ghost spirit had become somewhat special after the mutation. For example, it could eat curses and swallow down resentful souls. But what did it eat just now? Did it eat a resentful ghost or something of the sort? If it really ate a ghost, that feeling from before was somewhat disgusting. The ghost spirit transmitted its thoughts to Song Shuhang. Tasty, very tasty thing. Song Shuhang. As expected, he felt that refreshing feeling in his mouth because the ghost spirit ate a soul. It seemed he had to quickly comprehend how to control the sensory organs he shared with the ghost spirit so that he could turn them off while the ghost spirit was eating. Are you hungry? After heaving a sigh, Song Shuhang opened his size-reducing purse and took out a few soul beads, feeding them to the ghost spirit. When the ghost spirit ate the soul bead, Song Shuhang felt as though he was eating chocolate. It was a very similar feeling. When the nearby venerable spirit butterfly saw the rabbit-shaped size-reducing purse, a gratified expression suddenly appeared on his face. Soft Feather, do you want some? Song Shuhang conveniently handed some of the soul beads to Soft Feather. What are these? Soft Feather took the soul beads and asked out of curiosity. At the same time, she prepared to throw them into her mouth and taste them. Wait, it's not for you. Song Shuhang quickly stopped her. Those are soul beads, and it's apparently something ghost spirits like to eat. Song Shuhang wasn't too sure either. After all, his ghost spirit had undergone a mutation, and it was unknown if other ghost spirits like to eat soul beads too. Soft Feather summoned her ghost spirit and gave it the soul bead. Her ghost spirit cautiously took the bead. Then, it opened its mouth and swallowed it down. After eating the soul bead, it returned inside Soft Feather's body, getting ready to absorb the energy inside the bead. It tastes like chocolate. Soft Feather smacked her lips. After all, she had already completed the synchronization with the ghost spirit. Senior, do you have some more? I have some more, but I didn't carry them with me this time. I'll send them to you via express delivery once I return home, Song Shuhang replied. No problem. At the time, I'll give you the mailing address and the contact details of the special courier of our Spirit Butterfly Island, Soft Feather said with a smile. The nearby venerable Spirit Butterfly was speechless. If little friend Song Shuhang were to discover the address of the island, wouldn't he and Soft Feather frequently mail each other things? After going back, it perhaps would be time to change the location of the island once more. To ensure that the Spirit Butterfly Island remained a mysterious place, Venerable Spirit Butterfly used to shift its position at intervals of 100 years. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Inside the smelted cave. Everything related to the Mr. and that sword technique had come to an end. Senior White, are we going to prepare the road for the race now? Song Shuhang asked while putting away the paintings of that sword technique. They had already uncovered the secret within the paintings. Therefore, they didn't need them anymore. If possible, it was better to return them to the Chu family. Moreover, Song Shuhang had already lost all hope in regards to sword techniques. Even after trying for a while, he had been unable to derive his own sword technique from the paintings. It seemed there was no fate between him and this sword technique. Right at this time, Venerable White said with a faint smile, yes. But before leaving, we should return the sword technique to the rightful owner. After saying this much, Venerable White turned his head around and looked toward a blind spot above the smelted cave. Fellow Daoist Chu, you can come out. We don't have ill intentions towards your Chu family, and we have no intention to steal your sword technique, either. As soon as Venerable White finished speaking, the ancestor of the Chu family, Chu Kangbua, came out from that place with an embarrassed look on his face. Then, he arrived in front of Venerable White and the others and meticulously greeted them. Chu Kangbua is very pleased to meet these two seniors, this other fellow Daoist, and these two little friends. After properly greeting them, his gaze fell on the ancient bronze ring on Song Shuhang's finger. After seeing it, he faintly sighed. When the person Chu Chu sent over told him about everything that happened, Chu Kangbua headed out at full speed, following the trails of the Mr. and arriving at this smelted cave. Just as he arrived on the scene, he saw Song Shuhang uncovering the secret of the paintings and the two seniors talking about his old friend Li Tiansu. When he heard about Li Tiansu's death, he was shocked. Someone as powerful as fellow Daoist Li Tiansu had actually died. A senior of the Chu family? Song Shuhang missed Chu Kambwa's battle on the grievance settling platform. Hence, he was unaware of Chu Kambwa's identity. Moreover, his voice had already returned to normal. Otherwise, who knew what Chu Kambwa might think after hearing him speak with Chu Chu's voice? Chu Kambwa nodded and said in a genteel way, "This Chu is the grandfather of the current leader of the Chu family." After hearing his pedantic speech, Song Shuhang felt his teeth ache. "Senior, you came here just in time. This is the sword technique of your Chu family. Now, it can finally return to the rightful owner," Song Shuhang said to Chu Kambwa as he handed over the 4 paintings. "This Chu is very grateful for what you did, and the entire Chu family will remember the kindness of this little friend." Chu Kambwa received the 4 paintings with a solemn expression on his face. Then, he pondered for a moment and took out a small ancient book from his clothes, giving it to Song Shuhang. It was not an exaggeration to say that these 4 paintings containing the sword technique were the foundation of the Chu family. The fact that Song Shuhang retrieved them and returned them was a huge favor. Therefore, Chu Kambwa needed to show some gratitude. Otherwise, wouldn't he look impolite and petty in front of these 2 seniors? Therefore, he took this ancient book out of his clothes. He obtained this book when he rushed inside the abandoned mansion of an ancient immortal together with fellow Daoist Li Tiansu. The book contained a saber technique, and the creator of the technique had already reached the pinnacle in certain aspects of this field. Unfortunately, the content of the book was fragmentary, and only the first 3 styles of the saber technique were still intact. The Chu family will always remember the kindness of this little friend. If this little friend needs help with something in the future, the Chu family will not shrink back and go through fire and water for you. This Chu doesn't have what good gift to give you except for this book containing a saber technique. I hope you'll accept this first meeting gift," Chu Kambwa said. "A saber technique?" The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched, but after seeing Chu Kambwa's expectant look, he had no choice but to accept the book. After returning the sword techniques to the rightful owner, he obtained a saber technique. Was it fate? Song Shuhang casually flipped through the book. The name of the saber technique was rather cool. It was called Inverted Scale Saber Technique. Dragons are said to have inverted scales, and when these scales are touched, the dragon gets incredibly angry. Is this a technique that uses one's anger to release powerful attacks? After thinking this much, Song Shuhang flipped through the pages of the book with much interest, but soon after, he discovered that the effects of the technique were completely different than what the name suggested. The saber technique had 3 styles: the dragon dance style, the dragon scale style, and the inverted scale style. All these names were very cool and a million times better than stuff like Basic Fist No. 1. At least, Song Shuhang wouldn't have to worry about the enemy shouting cool names such as Beyond the Heavens Flying Immortal Sword, while he was stuck with lame stuff such as a Basic Fist No. 1. If the name of the attack was too lame, his morale would drop by 5 points even before the start of the battle. However, these 3 saber styles were a bit strange. Their attack power was nil. All the 3 styles were defensive saber styles. With the Dragon Dance style, 1,000 evils could not influence one's body. The Dragon Scale style could protect the body from head to toe, and meanwhile, the Inverted Scale style was the strongest defensive move. Was the senior that created these saber styles someone with too much imagination and thus ended up on a devious path? The saber was a tyrannical weapon with a very high attack power. But the 3 styles of the Inverted Scale saber technique were all defensive styles. Do you want to sweep countless battlefields without suffering a single defeat? Do you want to boast in front of others and claim that you haven't lost a single time in your life? In that case, you should try the Inverted Scale Saber technique. But after bragging in front of others, you would secretly think to yourself, I've never lost, but I've never won either. Song Shuhang sighed with emotion and put away the Inverted Scale Saber technique. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. When he was putting the saber technique away, Song Shuhang suddenly thought of something. When he looked at the content of the saber technique earlier, he felt that the text flowed so naturally and there weren't any difficult points. And this happened even though the mnemonics of the saber technique were written like ancient Chinese texts and thus very difficult to grasp. Is it possible that I will be able to use only the saber in this life of mine? Is the nickname Thrice Song Tyrannical Saber waving its hands at me? Song Shu Hang? Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Chu Kangwa pondered for a moment and said, about that forbidden area that my good friend Li Tiansu discovered, this Chu can tell you its exact location if you wish. Oh? Venerable White faintly smiled and asked, is there something you want to request in exchange? This Chu has only one request. Chu Kangwa kneeled on the ground and said solemnly, this Chu's deceased friend had a seriously ill daughter. Her body would incessantly produce cold qi, and if left alone, it would cover her whole body and turn her into an ice statue. Fellow Daoist Li Tiansu had only one wish while alive, and that wish was to find a way to completely cure his ill daughter. According to fellow Daoist Li Tiansu's estimates, there should be a method to cure the disease inside the forbidden area. If you seniors were to find something of the sort inside the forbidden area, I beseech you to save fellow Daoist Li Tiansu's daughter. This Chu would be eternally grateful if you could do this. So that was it. I understand, Venerable White said calmly. If we find a cure in there, we'll bring it back with us. When Venerable White asked Li Tiansu about his name after he crashed next to them, he had already accepted the karma that would come with him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible.